Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to this online webinar that we've organized thanks to the H.P.A Foundation. We are going to talk today about public budget as a tool for climate action. Thank you, everyone, for coming. It's glad to see that you all found this topic interesting, and also thank you all the speakers that are here today with us. To start this webinar, I'm going to give the floor to Juan Manuel Muñoz, Commissioner for Climate Change and Energy Model from the Regional Government of Andalusia. Juan Manuel, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Research Institute on Public Finance in Andalusia for inviting me today to participate in this webinar. I would like to highlight that the regional government of Andalusia is strongly committed in the fight against climate change and towards the protection of the environment. We're strongly committed towards energy transformation, the transition towards clean energy, and the transition towards a zero emissions economy. Our end goal would be to find a carbon neutral economy for 2050. As you all know, we are currently living a deep health and economic crisis that has been caused by COVID-19. Luckily, at the end of this year, we're starting to get vaccines, which for us is the beginning of the end. Nevertheless, here in Europe and all over the world, we're facing a new challenge: global warming and climate change. This is a challenge, and it is not a challenge for the future. We are currently facing that challenge. We need to face it now so that we are able to meet the objectives that were set in the 2030 agenda and within the European Union. We need to meet the objectives of the Paris Agreement. For me, public administrations need to face this climatic challenge from two different perspectives. First of all, our regulatory frameworks and our budgetary frameworks have the ability of promoting the defense of the environment. We can propose regulations that can fight against climate change. We also have the means to promoting green technologies that can allow us to propose renewable, cheaper sources of energy that can benefit us all. On the other hand, we also have to bear in mind that we have to set an example. We must be leading and be the example that the whole society can follow and the whole economic sector can follow what we do. We must do that by implementing sustainable development methodologies. The regional government of Andalusia has started developing these types of sustainable projects. Over 20% of our region has some sort of environmental protection system in place. We are a leading example with regards to renewable technologies, most particularly wind and solar power energy. But we do need to advance in this way, in this sense, and we need to be able to meet the objectives that will allow us to achieve a carbon neutral economy. Doing anything should not be an option. We cannot stay as we are, otherwise, the consequences in the future would be even harsher than the consequences of the COVID pandemic. That is why next year, public budgets will need to be green. That is how we will be able to protect the environment. That is how we will be able to reduce the effects of climate change. And that is how we will be able to promote green technologies. These will be the key aspects of our budget for next year. We need to bear in mind of how huge this challenge is. During this pandemic, we have reduced an average of 8% of global carbon emissions. According to what has been agreed upon with the European Commission, by 2030, we need to reduce our emissions in 50% with regards to emissions at the beginning of the 90s. That is why we need to achieve a reduction of over 5% per year until the year 2030. This is a really big challenge because the economy will not be in a standstill as it has been this year. But there is also a window for opportunity. We have the opportunity to achieve a sustainable and equitable economic growth that is environmentally friendly. That type of sustainable growth is possible. We are seeing it today. Sustainable growth can create new job opportunities and new opportunities for the economy. We are currently creating jobs and we will continue to do so thanks to the environmental transition. Wind power and solar power are a reality today. In Andalusia, clean energy generates over 48,000 jobs and over 500,000 companies. But we need to share our views with our society because we need to establish an economic model that is sustainable and lasting in views of achieving a sustainable world for future generations. New sources of energy are starting to appear, which will allow us to fill in the gaps that we cannot fill with wind and solar power. Green hydrogen, for example, is one of those new technologies that we have to make the most of. Maybe it is not it is not competitive today, but it can be in the future, as it already happened with wind and with solar power. Solar power is currently the cheapest source of power of history. I would like to close my remarks by sharing an optimistic views. We need to have hope in a future that can be better than the present, and a future that will bring about sustainable development and economic growth. In the future, develop growth needs to be sustainable or won't be. I would like to end by saying that public administrations must be leading the change. We need to tell our citizens that this is not only nice words, it is a reality. and that we are going to achieve it in the future. I would like to close with this. Thank you very much for being here today, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Juan Manuel. Thank you very much for your words. We're now going to hear from the Regional Ministry for Public Finance and European Funding, Juan Bravo. He's also going to um, say a bit to introduce this webinar. Thank you for being here again. Thank you for always being here in these events, even having a very busy schedule. Thank you, Juan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ignacio. Very good morning to all of you and welcome. And thank you again for attending this seminar, which is entitled Public Budgets as a Tool for Climate Action. First of all, uh, not only our thanks to the IEPA Foundation, the Study for Public Budgets of Andalusia, which is the main organizer of the event, together with the different speakers who are joining us today from the European Commission and different organizations. I'd also like to thank all of the people who have joined together to make today's event possible, speakers, organizers, and all of the technical staff behind the event. I would also like to stress how much work has gone into this by the Secretary General of Finance, Ignacio Mendez, and Manolo Vasquez, who is going to be the moderator at one of the other sessions. All of those who have put so much time and effort into today's conference. I want to thank each and every one of you. And of course, all of those who have devoted efforts to using their knowledge and know-how and expertise and putting it at the service of all of those who are organizing this conference and making sure that we all are working in the same direction, and of course valuing Carmen and Victoria, all of those who are going to be with us at the in the latter stages of today's conference, and together with Juan Ignacio and the president of the commissioner, which are a part and parcel of that green revolution that we're trying to put in motion. With a new situation from January 2019, we have put this green revolution in motion. I would also like to mention that the Commissioner for Climate Change and Energy Transition has a huge amount of work ahead of them in the transition to cleaner energies, to new alternatives, and of course, making an opportunity of this instead of a problem. And of course, this is going to have an important impact, beneficial impact on our region. So this is a very positive project, and I'm sure that with all of the exchange of ideas today, we're going to be able to learn a lot from one another. I'm sure climate change is probably the largest long-term challenge we face in today's society, and as Manuela said, it is a key issue. And in order to fight climate change, it's become a key issue. And Andalusia in particular is very vulnerable to the effects of climate change, since key sectors of our economy depend very heavily on climate factors, such as agriculture or tourism. And of course, we are clearly aware that there's a lot at stake and for our economic development, as well as the very foundations of our society, our social welfare, our housing. All of these challenges and opportunities that we have ahead of us are something that we have to face head on. And the Andalusian regional government is firmly committed to the fight against climate change. And our regional premier, Mr. Juan Manuel Moreno, has reiterated this time and again. He has really created that green revolution as a top priority on his agenda as a way of responding to climate change and also as a unique opportunity for economic growth and job creation. So this is an idea that is really pervading all of our regional ministries, not just one in particular. And just to share a few data with you, only in renewable energies in the coming years, we're going to have 17 billion euros devoted to renewable energies in the coming decade. So that's part of the green revolution. But on the other hand, I think it's also important to say that the national government has also taken renewable energy on board as a top priority. So this strategy is even more important now that the COVID pandemic has hit our economy so hard, and we have to plan on how we're going to recover from the crisis. We also have to work together with our European counterparts and make sure that we are in alignment with EU objectives in terms of the green revolution and green policies. And I'd like to use that term green revolution together with the digital transformation, which have to go hand in hand. We must remember that 17% of the resources put in to motion by the EU are going to have to do in some way or another with technology. So that's how important it is for us to come up with policies. Certainly, policy making is a key part of reaching our objectives, and that's why once these two lines of action, the Green Revolution and digital transformation, we immediately, on our behalf, created the units to work on those two lines of action, and we are uh, working with Juan Manuel Muñez, with the Commission and the different regional ministries to coordinate our actions in this regard. So I think that just goes to show how committed we are to working with our European counterparts in going in the same direction and reaching our objectives. So I think it's important to note that uh, our actions must be broad ranging in scope. And I think one way to do that is to devise our budget in such a way that it becomes a tool so that it pervades all of the actions of our government. It's an essential tool, and just as the previous speaker just mentioned, our private and public initiatives must be complementary. It's going to be a green budget that is going to make our budget and our spending actions more congruent, more efficient, more cost effective, but at the same time, as governments, we have to be well aware that the private sector plays a key role as well. So we have to look how measures can be beneficial and not harmful to the objectives we pretend to accomplish. So several different European countries have um, similar initiatives in place in terms of the green budget, such as Ireland, Sweden, Denmark, and others. And so we are seeing how other countries are coming up with good initiatives that can be considered best practice. And of course, we are very attentive to France, Italy, Norway, and other countries, and making the most of what they've already learned to put those lessons into practice here in Andalusia. The green budget continues to move forward, and we have different initiatives in place. Some of these are the Green Fund, the transitory actions to zero emission economy, and many others. So we have a permanent task force in place so that the Director General of the budget and other departments can work together and put the tools in place so that these can become a reality. In 2020, we have already allocations in place, and we have different initiatives that have designed for our budget to allow for allocations to these different actions. So we have a fund that fosters the diagnosis of our budgets so that each action, each investment, and each public spending item can be assessed and can be as cost effective as possible. We also want to foster the follow-up of all of our objectives. It's not a matter of simply putting actions in motion, but also assessing them, following up on them, so that we can make sure that our overriding objectives are met. So we have over 1 billion euros allocated for the different projects in the different lines of action that I've just mentioned. We are also going to have an allocation in 2021, not only in following up on these initiatives, but we're also going to search for processes and analyses of what is the best ways to move forward in using our public budgets as a tool for climate action, not only in our own region, in collaboration with other regions, with our national government, and of course, beyond our borders with our European counterparts. So we are actively working with universities such as the University of Seville, the YEPA Foundation, as well as other research centers in and around Andalusia. We want to use their expertise and their recommendations to ensure that we move towards a low carbon economy. The University of Malaga, for example, is carrying out a research project on the best way to use the university research to the benefit of our objectives. So there are many of these initiatives that are underway, and I think this is going to be an ideal way to attract investment to our region, as well as to make our economy more robust. And of course, we cannot talk about public spending on a green with a green perspective without knowing that we need investment, that there has to be a bankability behind these initiatives. And just as the Secretary General has said, and which later speakers I'm sure will reinforce, we are working on the analysis as well as the systematic application of initiatives of this type. I think change is necessary. Far-reaching change is necessary, and of course, we have to take risks, and we may make mistakes along the way. But I think the future generations will acknowledge that our efforts were not in vain, and that only in this way can we change the world. So I want to thank everyone for being in this with us, in this fight with us against climate change, and trying to change the situation and being capable of sharing our knowledge, our skills, and our experiences within and beyond Andalusia. And that's why we have to be a bit, quote unquote, mad about the situation. We have to be more respectful of our environment, and we have to be more committed and in solidarity with everyone, because we all live on this one planet. And I think the reflections that we can come up with today will be very useful for all of us to move forward in this area. Thank you very much. A very happy holiday season to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. Thank you very much, Regional Minister, for your words. You've gone through all the topics that are important right now for us, all the projects, ongoing projects. These projects will be carried out during 2021 and later. I wanted to say, before starting with the different panels, a couple of things. I'm not going to further explain why it's important that we're here today. I think that it was very clear from the previous two interventions. However, I do want to highlight a certain aspect. We want this to be we want to give climate policy a horizontal perspective, and that's what we want to do with green budgeting. we don't want to analyze the policies that we believe have an effect on the climate. Not only that, we want to have a green budget, and a green budget implies that every single action that we take within the public realm has an impact or an effect on climate change and in the green transition that we have to go through, not only in Spain, but also in all Western countries. In a conference, I heard something that I thought was really on point. Someone said that climate change is the worst economic failure in history. And this mistake, this failure we have, has to be corrected. With many policies, we have an expert in carbon taxation. He'll speak about it later. I think that this is a very important line of work in terms of taxation. And we'll also see other very important topics. We have, as I said, a horizontal perspective today. We are going to talk about three topics that are really important in terms of public finance. These three topics have an effect on the environmental policy of our autonomous region. And so we want to keep working on these three aspects. The first panel is going to be about the possibilities that a regional government can um, take in terms of public revenue. We're going to have a European, but also a more regional perspective. The Regional Ministry for Public Finance and also the IEPA Foundation, together with the General Director for Taxes and Financing, have been working on this since the beginning of the current mandate. We have tried to modernize our taxation systems in terms of the environment. We really wish to have a more modern fiscal system. I'm not talking about just making the budget more modern. We want to revitalize and reorganize our whole work so that everything aligns with the objectives for climate change. In the second panel, we're going to talk about public expenditure and the effect it has on climate change. Specifically, we're going to hear from the European Commission and from the Irish government. Specifically, we may talk about green taxation. In this sense, we're also working to try to include these aspects within our autonomous regions budget, a budget that is also gender responsive. We want to go and have a neutral, carbon neutral economy and a green transition. Last Wednesday, in our other event, we saw that climate change exacerbates inequalities. And one of those inequalities is still the gap between men and women. So, in the second panel, we'll talk about green budgeting and how we can implement it within our autonomous region. And the third panel is going to be about funding. We're going to see how within the autonomous region and our debt capacity, how we can take part in markets through the issuance of green bonds. In this case, we'll not only have a better reputation, but will also find better financing opportunities. Our regional minister, it's taking part in a group of experts in which they're trying to see how we can actually issue those green bonds from Andalusia next year. We are trying to work together with all these topics with a horizontal perspective. From public finance, there's something that's really obvious. If we don't have a budget, if we don't have taxation, we cannot really progress in the decarbonization of our economy. From the General Secretariat of Public Finance and from the regional government of Andalusia, we're working together towards these. I hope that during this event, we will be able to get some main takeaways that will be useful for the future. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor over to the first panel about public revenue and climate change. Manuel Vázquez will be moderating. He's the General Director of Taxes and Financing of the Regional Government of Andalusia. He's a very well-versed man, and he is actually taking part now in a modernization process of the taxing policies within the regional government. He has a very vast experience in the topic. So Manuel, whenever you're ready, over to you, and you can introduce our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Mr. Mendes. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. Good thing about these new means of communication is that we can reach more people, which is even more important given the importance of the topic at hand today. We have for this panel two international reference in this sector of green taxing. We have with us Mr. Jonathan Teutsch and Mr. Francisco Adame. We are going to discuss the role of public revenue and climate change. We all know that in budgeting we have incomes and outcomes, and incomes are essential to carry out our budgetary projects and to finance any initiatives that we need to finance. I think that the most important thing today is to listen to our speakers, and I'm going to introduce them very quickly. They have very extensive curricula, and I am not going to dwell into that, but Jonas Deutsch is an economist at the OECD Center for Tax Policy and Administration. He's based in the Tax and Environment Unit of the Tax Policy and Statistics Division. He works on energy taxation, carbon pricing, and the assessment of environmental tax reforms. He's the lead author of the recent OECD report Taxing Energy Use 2019, Using Taxes for Climate Action. Jonas is a former researcher at the Center of European Policy Studies, and he holds a PhD by the University of Leuven and the University of Liège. Mr. Teutsch, whenever you please, you have the floor.
Apologies, I was muted. Now I'm unmuted, so I'm ready to go. Could you put up the PowerPoint again? Yes, good morning, everyone. I cannot see my PowerPoint at the moment, but I'll just start talking, and hopefully my colleagues can put up the PowerPoint in the meantime. Thanks a lot for the kind introduction. It's an honor to be here Originally, we were supposed to all meet in Sevilla, but I think this is, as you said, a great opportunity also to reach out to even more people who can now join in than would have been able to join us if we had an in-person event. Thank you very much. I can see the PowerPoint now. I want to speak about 4 broad issues. First of all, of course, we're in the middle still of a pandemic, so I will talk a bit about the current policy context, which is very important when we think about reform right now. Then I want to make the case for why carbon pricing, I think, would be very useful to green the recovery. And I will take a bit of stock of where we stand today with carbon pricing. And then I will conclude with some ideas about how we could make progress in the OECD, in Europe, in Spain, and also at the regional level, potentially. So maybe, oops, sorry. Apologies, this is the first time I have this slide sharing feature enabled. So the first slide here, I just want to show you a bit where we stand with energy-related CO2 emissions. First, if you look at the bottom, the slide at the bottom, you see the change, the annual change over a very long time period, actually. And what you do see, if you look at the red bar, that the change we've seen in 2020 is unprecedented. Like even if you look at major crises in the past, the Great Depression, World War II, or the second oil shock, we've never seen a similar change in energy demand and emissions related to energy use. So that's in a way important to note, but apologies. Sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I hope you can hear me. So if you cannot hear me, I will try to speak slowly. Yeah, so but what's also important to note is the slide at the top where you see the level of emissions. And we see that even in 2020, where many economies were largely shut down, we still have very large level of emissions. So we are nowhere near where we have to be if we want to reach the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So the challenge remains to decarbonize our economies. So then let's look at economic activities. So what we see is that this is just world GDP. It was, of course, projected before the crisis, the blue line, to keep increasing over time. Now it has contracted sharply in 2020, but we also see that we expect it to recover. We don't know precisely when it will recover. It could recover very soon. It could recover a bit more slowly, but it will recover eventually. So in a way, that's good news, but it also means that we need to find out ways to recover on a more sustainable trajectory. So ideally recover with less carbon-intensive activities. Also, when we think about recovery, it's important to know that there are many risks that remain. And one risk I wanted to point out here is SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. And we see that even otherwise viable firms that in general totally fine, could potentially become very distressed. And this graph, there's a problem with the graph, but what you see on the left-hand panel is essentially that this holds for all sorts of different firms, but small firms are particularly affected. And on the right-hand side, you would see the blue bar on the left. This would be very young firms. So young firms in particular are at risk of having to shut down if things do not go well. Okay, I hope everyone can hear me. I cannot, I see some discussions going on in the chat, but I think it's going well now. Apologies if you cannot hear me. And then we go on to the next slide. So here I wanted to focus on one thing that has already been an issue before the crisis. So before COVID already we had very high levels of youth unemployment. So that's of course something to monitor as well going forward. Great, I see everything is fine, so that's good. So I'll be more relaxed now. So now on the next slide, let's get a bit to the topic. Of course, you invited me to speak on the climate crisis and in particular on carbon pricing. So what I want to also reiterate, that of course we have a separate panel after this one to talk about green budgeting, more the spending side of things. So I will talk about the tax policy side of things and especially focus on carbon pricing. And we recently wrote a policy briefing also to outline a bit of how tax policy could support a green recovery, and I'll share some of these findings with you. So you can, I think the slides will be made available, so you can, if you would like, you can click on these links. But I will try to already give you the main insights today. So first of all, why is carbon prices needed to win the recovery? Carbon pricing often takes the form of a tax, and typically in a crisis, we think governments are generally don't want to raise taxes, of course, and often thinking what it means to make life easier for citizens and businesses. So if anything, reduce taxes. And I want to explain a bit why carbon pricing is different. I'll jump right to the second bullet here, because the first one we will discuss later today. Carbon pricing really helps because I mentioned these other challenges earlier, right? We have governments need to spend money also to meet social challenges, to help businesses. And without a carbon price in place, we don't know this spending will not necessarily translate into spending that's aligned with our long-term priorities in terms of climate change. Of course, governments can spend some money directly on green measures, for instance, invest in energy efficiency. They're useful things, but governments also have other priorities. They also need to invest in the people, social spending. And the nice thing with carbon pricing is, if you have a carbon price in place, then also environmentally neutral spending will eventually end up in projects and investments that are aligned with the long-term priorities. So you avoid what people call stranded assets, stranded costs, stranded jobs. Right? So you don't invest in a coal-fired power plant if you have the right incentives, and these incentives can be provided through carbon pricing. And carbon pricing has another nice feature. It also raises revenue. And that's different from other forms of environmental regulations, such as the ban on certain activities or standards for fuel economy for vehicles. They don't raise revenues. Carbon pricing raises revenues, and with these revenues, you can also do many, many useful things. And I will return to this a bit later. So just to summarize a bit my earlier remarks, the case for carbon pricing remains valid. A long-term commitment to carbon pricing can guide a sustainable and resilient recovery from the COVID-19 crisis, and that reduces then the risks of stranded assets and stranded jobs. Carbon pricing that may also include reforming fossil fuel subsidies can raise revenues, and these will come in useful. And then finally, of course, we're talking often about changes that will change the skills that are required and will have certain negative impacts on vulnerable communities. So you can also use these revenues to fund just transition measures to help in the transition to a greener economy. How does it actually work? I mean, I mentioned carbon pricing a lot, and I just wanted to give you a bit an example. So we live in market modern economies where many of our consumption and production decisions are guided by prices. And what carbon pricing does there, it makes you consider the climate cost of your activities when you invest in a new maybe heating equipment or new air condition. So you take these costs into account also when you switch on the air condition, because it's in the power price then, and so on and so forth. So that's extremely helpful, and it works very broadly. Of course, there's many examples for this. One very concrete one would be the power sector, where, for instance, without a carbon price, coal might still, in some cases, be competitive. But if you have a carbon price, such as in the European Union, we have the emissions trading system, for instance, it's around 30 euros per ton of CO2. With this price in place, coal typically often gets not competitive anymore, and then you rather use natural gas, which emits less CO2 than coal. And then you also have incentives to invest in even cleaner sources. Solar and wind, we already heard in the earlier interventions. So that's in the short term. And also in the long term, if you think about investing in new assets, of course, if you know that there will be a carbon price in the future, your investment case for, say, solar park or wind farm are much stronger, and you rather invest in those assets as opposed to other assets. And as I already mentioned, you raise revenues. You can use these revenues also to redistribute, to help vulnerable groups. And on competitiveness, I'll talk more about the short-term issues and how they can be overcome where they are real. But it's also important to keep in mind that for the long term, it's good for competitiveness, because you invest in the right industries, in the skill sets of the future. So in the long run, carbon pricing also prepares you to compete in this economy. So now that I praised the carbon pricing so much, you may wonder, where do we actually stand with it right now? So I will give a quick overview of how that looks like. We generally like to have some very high level numbers at the OECD just to give a general idea of the scale of the problem and the scale of where policies stand. And one of our headline numbers is simply 70% of energy-related CO2 emissions in OECD and G20 countries. That's roughly 80% of global emissions from energy use are completely untaxed. So we don't have any carbon tax, or as I will explain a bit later, fuel excise taxes on those. And then, of course, we also have emissions trading systems. So it's not the only, we can price carbon through taxes, but you can also do it through emissions trading. And if we include those, still prices are nowhere near the levels we would need. And here we just use a low-end benchmark, Euro 30 per ton of CO2, and we show that 90% of emissions are actually not priced at this level. So there's a lot of room for improvement. And the final point I'll develop a bit more in detail later is there are also many countries, especially also in Europe, that tax electricity, and they often tax it irrespective of where it comes from. So you would even pay a tax if your electricity comes from a clean source. And that in some cases leads to some sort of not so ideal effects from a climate perspective. Fiscal perspective may be different, but from a climate perspective, you effectively sometimes tax clean energy even more than dirty energy. It's also nice, I think, to break down these carbon prices by major fuels. Here it's for OECD countries, just a simple average across countries. And we see a bit how prices are for coal and how prices are for natural gas. Somewhat, in principle, from a climate perspective, the carbon price should be the same across fuels. As per ton of CO2, it should be the same. But of course, climate is not the only externality. There's also local air pollution if you burn fossil fuels with other environmental effects, and these are generally worse for coal. So if anything, you may want to tax or price coal at a bit higher rate, certainly not lower, but that's what we see. So generally, prices for coal are lower than for natural gas. And we also see that the source of the price signal differs. So what we see on the here, if you look at the different colors, that of course, one source is permit prices. In the European Union, that would be the emissions trading system that prices coal and natural gas. We also have carbon taxes. So taxes specifically levied with a climate motivation in mind, and generally roughly aligned across fuels, depending on their carbon content. But we also have a thing called fuel excise taxes. They predate climate-based taxes. They were mainly introduced and continue to be introduced and maintained for fiscal considerations, but they also make using these fuels more expensive. So they are quite similar to carbon price, and we include them in the analysis. So when we make these claims that prices are too low, we even include these taxes which aren't even levied with climate motivations in mind. And yeah, we see for natural gas, it's a bit more common to also apply a fuel excise tax, and that's mostly residential heating. So for revenue raising considerations, some governments, in Netherlands, for instance, have relatively high taxes on heating fuel use. So, but of course, we are not in the Netherlands, we are in Spain. We're in Andalusia, to be precise, but unfortunately, I don't have any regional data, but I have data for Spain as a whole. So what you see in this a bit complicated graph, on the x-axis, the horizontal axis, you see all the emissions from energy use in Spain, and on the vertical axis, you see the effective carbon rate. So we sum up essentially all these taxes and permit prices. And what you see is that in the road sector, they are quite high because, as in most countries, almost all countries actually, the government has historically levied relatively high taxes on road fuels. For one, I suppose for fiscal reasons, but of course there are also many external costs in the road transport sector. You need to pay for the infrastructure, you have congestion and other things, so these are quite high, but not for climate reasons typically. And then prices are much lower in the other sectors. So you see industry and electricity, and there the carbon prices are mostly coming from emissions trading systems, so fuel excise taxes are quite rare in these sectors. You may, as I already mentioned, ask what kind of taxes do you have included here, and as there is no carbon tax, we have the fuel excise tax here, which we call fuel excise tax. I don't actually know right now by heart how it's called in Spain, but technically it's a fuel excise tax. And I wanted to get back to this electricity point. So what's different in this graph I show you right now, that you don't see emissions anymore, you see all energy use. What does that mean? You also see energy use that does not emit CO2. For instance, we heard already before, right? There's wind and solar power, very promising technology. So these you have included here under other renewables. So what you see that even these other renewables and clean forms like hydropower also face taxes, and that's because electricity is taxed. So I've included these taxes here to give you a more complete overview of the tax structure in Spain. It's quite common to tax electricity, as I mentioned. Now, let me go from where we are to maybe where we want to be, or where some of you or some of us want to be. The first thing I think is to keep in mind, or to explain a bit, is what does actually carbon price reform really mean? Because I mentioned this Euro 30 per ton of CO2 benchmark a lot, but it doesn't really mean much to most people, rightly so. So I've translated here what it actually means in common commercial units, in the way you would purchase, say, a liter of gasoline at the pump. So that assumes then that your fuel supplier would pass through the tax completely, and then Euro 30 tax per ton of CO2 for gasoline would roughly mean 7 cents, euro cents per liter at the pump. So that's not that much. If you have a car, you know that's actually not a big price change. At the same time, for coal, it would essentially mean 6 cents per kilogram, and that's quite a major price change. The reason is that the pre-tax or the pre-existing prices, which include already pre-existing fuel taxes, are much higher for road fuels than for other fuels. So you get much larger price effects for taxes typically on industrial fuel use, especially coal and natural gas. And for the economists in the audience, typically the responsiveness to prices, it varies across fuels, but to a given relative price change, the response isn't that different. That means you can expect a larger response for a given carbon tax increase in non-road sectors. So yeah, and then one thing, of course, people are concerned about when discussing reforming carbon prices is that products will get a lot more expensive. The consumers will have to pay more for products they need, and that's of course a concern. Here are some numbers from the Energy Transitions Commission. It's a report called Mission Possible. They're a bit dated, but I think just to give you an order of magnitude, you see that carbon prices would change the relative prices a lot for the inputs, but we wouldn't expect major price increases for the outputs. That's on the right column there. So of course it changes, if you have a carbon tax, it changes costs for the steel production, but then for costs per car are quite low. So that's maybe a bit of a message, just to not be too, we have to have a close look at the actual costs, and they are not always as bad at the end user level as one may assume. But of course, one of the many concerns, and it's very challenging often for policymakers to make progress with carbon taxes and other forms of carbon pricing, is competitiveness concerns, right? You have industrial energy users and other emitters. And if you in one country or one region make a lot of progress and other regions do not follow suit, there will be differences across regions in carbon prices. And you could imagine that some companies would then relocate their production, or that generally investments in more energy or carbon intensive activities would rather flow into other parts of the world. And that's of course something as a policymaker you typically do not want. And this is a long-standing discussion. What's maybe different now that we have a lot of experience. We can actually analyze ex post with the kind of carbon pricing schemes we have had already. What were the effects, right? This is helpful. And I would like to show you two examples. One is an OECD working paper where we looked at the EU ETS. I mentioned it before. It's the big emissions trading system in the European Union that applies mostly to the power sector and the industry sector. And what we see here is that, well, jobs were not affected, but emissions went down. So that's a bit what you want to see, right? You want to reduce emissions and you don't want, of course, unemployment. So this is a positive positive message here. The second example would be from the French carbon tax on industry. And there again, similarly, it has reduced emissions, but not really employment at the industry level. So another positive message. So what we can conclude from this is essentially, here are some more details. The papers are all available online, so I will not go into details here. What we can conclude from this is that to date, at the current price levels from the current schemes, there is no evidence of important adverse impacts. And by contrast, as I mentioned, you help industry and consumers to adjust to the future. You get the right investments. That's very positive. Of course, we also have to say that what we have today in the European Union and in many other places, governments have introduced certain measures to avoid any negative impacts. So what we have in the European Union still is quite a lot of free allocation. So emitters get free permits. There's also in some member states of the European Union, there are also some compensation measures in place for higher electricity prices. So if we now were to move to much higher prices, it could of course still create issues, right? So that's I say generally good evidence for no big problem so far, but if we have moved to much higher prices and others do not follow suit, there could be issues. The positive thing is if we increase prices gradually, there's good reason to believe that we will be relatively fine. And also, of course, we have learned a lot about how to design flanking policies if you wish to avoid any undue impacts. So I mentioned the schemes that are in place, they work, but they come at a cost. The cost is, well, foregone tax revenue in many cases, but the cost is also that they weaken the incentives for firms to actually invest in cleaner assets. So that's the concern. So that's why there are good reasons to think about phasing these out. And there are, of course, ongoing efforts in this regard. So this is the plan. Another topical issue, of course, that's being discussed, especially in the European Union, but has, of course, global implications, are border carbon adjustments to potentially put a price on carbon-intensive products that are coming from abroad where no similar carbon prices are in place. Economically, that's quite straightforward. Practicality, legality, and politics are more involved. And I don't want to go into detail here, but it's something I think many of you, of course, are aware and are thinking about. When we think about tools, I think one thing that's important to keep in mind that trade is also an important channel of clean technology diffusion. So we think about bringing down costs for solar power and so on. It's very important that we have a good trading environment. So whenever we think about these measures, it's important to keep these things in mind and target any sort of measures to where they're really needed. And when it comes to carbon leakage, these negative competitiveness issues, typically if they exist, they're relevant for a very small share of the economy. Many industries aren't that much exposed to international competition. So one doesn't need to have a blanket measure for everyone, but if one does design such tools, it's important to, I think, target them to where there is a potential issue. And of course, in the long run, once we have transitioned to the clean economy, these issues will likely go away. And we see it already now with solar power, for instance. Even without a carbon price, it's often very, very competitive. So if these projects are successful, in the end, they really bring costs down, right? There may be some short-term, medium-term cost increases, but once the transition happens, the outcome is positive. I also, of course, want to come back now to one very important point. It's to have a socially equitable reform package. I mentioned earlier we are in a situation where, well, we're hopefully going to come out of the crisis soon, but there are also issues for especially small enterprises, but the economy in general, but also vulnerable groups, right? So we have to make sure that consumers that spend a large share of their income on energy, for instance, still have the means to cope with the price increase and to adjust their consumption, maybe to invest in a more energy efficient equipment and things like that. And one nice example, and I think we have a presentation from Ireland later on, so I'm probably not the most qualified to talk about this example, but I will briefly mention it anyways. I think the nice example is the Irish budget that was recently presented. There, of course, you have a lot of support for people and businesses affected by COVID-19, but you also had an increase in the carbon tax, precisely in the form that you want to see, that it goes up, and you had some related policy measures. But at the same time as this increase, you also had an increase in support for vulnerable groups. And you also had additional spending measures to help with investments in energy efficiency, social protection, and other environmental programs. So you really have a package where you deal with these issues. I think that's very important to make it also work from a political economy perspective and socially. Now I think I'm coming to the end of my presentation. You kindly gave me 30 minutes. I think I almost used it up. But I just wanted to mention that, of course, carbon pricing is key, but there are related tools in the environmental tax toolbox that are also very, very useful. One thing is carbon prices, the ones that are realistic, won't be extremely high in the near future, right? We will gradually increase prices, I think, but we won't have necessarily the prices that we need in certain sectors, which are very difficult to abate. So you will probably not see investments in, say, ultra low carbon materials based on carbon prices alone, right? So you may need some targeted support for these very difficult, very challenging sectors that are where it's not so easy to make the transition. And then, well, many of us are fiscal policy experts. Of course, it's important to make sure it doesn't become too costly for public finances if governments do offer support. And one nice example is to essentially say, okay, we offer some support, design that in a smart way. I don't want to go into all the details here. But if you link it to a carbon price, the nice thing is you could later phase out the support by raising the carbon prices. So if you say you essentially pay for certain projects, you guarantee a relatively high carbon price that's higher than what you apply in the rest of the economy. Later on, once you raise prices across the economy, you will no longer need to pay this premium or this guarantee to producers. So that's one way to sort of strengthen incentives today, and also already have the tool in place to phase out the support later on without reducing incentives. Another example I would like to mention are fee-based or bonus-malus schemes, as they're often called. They are quite popular. You have them especially in road transport, where the way they're typically designed is that you pay consumers a subsidy, essentially a bonus, if they purchase a very efficient vehicle. Nowadays would typically be electricity driven vehicles, an electric vehicle. And you charge consumers a tax if they buy an inefficient old petrol or diesel powered vehicle. And then if you think about, if you have money and you would like to do stimulus as a government, of course you could boost the bonus component, but typically these are designed in a way that they are revenue neutral. So that's the typical design that the tax roughly compensates for the subsidy. And the final thing I mentioned before, electricity tax reform. Often electricity taxes are not designed with decarbonization in mind. So one could think about redesigning power taxes, either replacing them with carbon taxes, or at least thinking about exemptions for clean sources, as we have, for instance, in South Africa. So to conclude, very important to think about a reform package, right? Think about carbon price, but also think about support to vulnerable groups. That's very, very important to keep those things in mind. And carbon pricing helps there compared to other green policy instruments because it actually raises revenues. Competitiveness, so far, we don't see major impacts, but if some countries or regions move ahead, there could be some, so that's important to keep in mind. One initial idea, of course, gradual reform certainly helps. And providing certainty early on for businesses that they know what's coming, right? You don't announce a tax rise tomorrow, but you announce it today, and then it comes into place much later. And ideally, you have like maybe a decade ahead where you announce the kind of carbon tax increases that you foresee. But also, in any case, it's very important to design the policy package in the right way for your local circumstances, because these differ a lot. I just showed you the EU context is, of course, interesting. You have some carbon pricing at the EU level, and so whatever you do at the country or regional level needs to also be targeted to this context, and of course also to the local political context. So I will just put one last slide here. We don't have to go through it, as I think I'm out of time. And just points for discussion, really, right? So we are still in the middle of a crisis. How do we time reforms? Do we maybe focus more on providing certainty for the post-pandemic world right now, as opposed to raising prices right now? One can discuss. What are the best means in a specific context to address these equity issues? How can we commit to higher prices? Because many of these assets are very long-term assets. So a company or even a private consumer will want to know what the price is, not only tomorrow, but also in 10 years. Do we need new tools to address any issues around carbon leakage, competitiveness for certain sectors if we move to much higher prices? And maybe the final thing is what can be done at the regional level, as we're here in an event organized in Andalusia, at least virtually. So I think that's maybe the most interesting question here. So, and I know that we have another presentation coming up, which will have more details on the regional context. So I'll conclude here. And I thank you very much for your attention. I hope that I didn't speak too fast for the interpretation. At the OECD, we always have interpretation into French. And sometimes the interpreters start waving at me and to tell me to slow down. It's unfortunately a flaw I have. So I hope this was not too much of an issue here. I didn't see any waving interpreters, but that might be a technology issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teutsch, for your excellent presentation. You have presented a very thorough overview, and you have pinpointed the most important topics. We will surely have questions from the public, but before that, we will give the floor to Mr. Francisco Adame, and later we will open the floor for the public and we will ask you some questions. We're going to give the floor now to Francisco Adame. He's not only a good friend, but also professor of the University of Seville. He's a specialist in green taxing and regional communities financing. He was an assessor for the tax reform for autonomous communities, and he has attended to national and international conferences on green taxing. He was visiting professor in Harvard University, and he has researched in universities such as Naples, Lyon, Rome, etc. He has also worked at the tax bureau in Amsterdam. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. And Manolo, thank you for your kind introduction. And I'd like to start off by thanking the Institute for the Study of Public Budgets of Andalusia, the IEPA Foundation, for having invited me to this international seminar on green budgets. It is a pleasure to be here. I'd also like to thank the Secretary General for Finance, Mr. Ignacio Mendez, for including me on today's program. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here because I like to collaborate in moving forward in the green revolution that the regional ministry mentioned, and hopefully Andalusia can be a pioneer in this respect. And working with those brilliant madmen, as he described us, is absolutely a pleasure. I want to also congratulate you for having organized this international seminar. It couldn't come at a better time because anything that has to do with ecological transition, decarbonizing the economy, advancing towards a circular economy, all of these topics are absolutely at the top of today's agenda. And so I've been working on these subjects for years, but they're more relevant than ever today. So if you just consider the fact that there are more and more public consultations about strategies, action plans. There is a public consultation open now for different strategies for energy transition strategies for Andalusia, draft bills that are being debated in our parliaments, both at the regional and national level. So yes, there are so many initiatives out there that have to do with the possibility of creating new budget allocations, new terms in our budgets that encompass the environmental perspective. So it is, as I said, a perfect time for this conference to be held. And I want to thank the Regional Ministry for Finance and the F.P.A Foundation. I have worked on this topic for years, as I said. So I've fine-tuned my presentation to talk about some of the things that are being done currently. For example, there are new taxes being debated on dumping or depositing disposal of waste in landfills, incinerators, and a number of other initiatives. So we know that there are new taxes that are going to be created in the very near future. So I'm going to talk a little bit about these. We have the public consultation open on these new taxes that are going to potentially be implemented in the short term. So I'm going to go straight to my presentation and see if I can get started. What I'd like to do first is give you a quick overview because I'm going to be talking about our region in particular and environmental taxes. So the situation is somewhat complex, so shall we say? Let's put it that way. The Ministry for Finance has made huge efforts to keep the taxes and surcharge situation up to date in the different regions. And if we look at the list, we have 76 taxes and surcharges in effect at present. If we take the surcharges out of that and the ones that have been overruled and revoked, we have about 66. So many different environmental taxes have been created in Europe. Sorry, in Spain, we have nearly 100. There are precisely 97 regional taxes and surcharges created to date in Spain, including uh, those that are declared unconstitutional, suspended, derogated, or ruled inadmissible. So this is the never before seen situation. No other region, I think, has so many taxes and surcharges on environmental taxes in place. So I think we need to do a serious review of the situation and simplify it. And of all of these taxes and surcharges, 54 regional environmental taxes, or supposedly it's so-called environmental taxes, are in place. And if we look at the revenue generated by this, we can see that over 1.1 billion euros are being collected in terms of revenue. So we're getting a lot more revenue collected in environmental taxes than we are in property taxes. So here is a just to give you an idea of the fact that Catalonia is the region in Spain that has the most revenue generated by environmental taxes. Galicia and Aragon are come close second to Catalonia. So if we have a look at the current situation, I think we need to remind you of the fact that they have been quite an issue of conflict in the past, and many of these have actually been filed. Lawsuits have been filed in the different courts and have been even risen to the level of the Constitutional Court. So it's been no smooth sailing at all. So the courts of justice of the European Union have even had to take action in some of these lawsuits. Some of them have been overruled as, for example, many of the appeals that were put forward. So let's consider that on the one hand. And then the other observation I'd like to make is that there is an absolute absence of coordination. That is, why isn't there coordination between the regions and the central government, because I think sometimes we don't know how action should be taken, how coordination should be made, and the regions are very often at a loss as to who is actually in charge of applying these taxes. I also think it's important to look at how much revenue is generated in terms of environmental taxes if we compare Andalusia to some of our other regional counterparts, and we can make a comparative review. Here we have 146 million in the last fiscal year 2019. The regional ministry has pretty much all of these data up to date. And if I can find the graph I'm looking for, this chart, I think if we look at the different environmental taxes that are in effect in Andalusia, the most important by far is what we call the upgrading tax for infrastructure, which is about 140 million euros in terms of revenue collection. We also have taxes on waste disposal in coastal waters, which is also increased in recent years. And then we have perhaps a little bit more variations in the tax on greenhouse gas emissions and hazardous waste disposal tax. You can see that in 2016 we had a general revenue collection in this area of around 5 million. So these bar charts give you an idea of how much is actually being collected in terms of revenue on environmental taxes. And then we also have the tax on non-reusable plastic bags. And the purpose of this tax on plastic bags is to eliminate them, eradicate the use of plastic bags and use biodegradable shopping bags in their as a replacement. And so we have substantially increased the amount of tax collected on plastic bags. And then we have a new tax that is foreseen on different plastic containers as well. If we look at the comparatives amongst the different regions on environmental taxes, I think first of all, we need to stress that Catalonia is far and far ahead of the rest of the regions. But in Andalusia, we are not including, if we look at all of our regional taxes, we would also have to include the compensation we get from the central government for the tax on radioactive waste, which is around 9 million euros, or the other taxes that are compensated by the central government. So if we include those, we would be a little bit higher in the ranking. We'd be closer to Catalonia if we included those taxes. If we take Catalonia and Valencia out of the picture, the rest of us in Spain are pretty much on the same level. So I think you can see that it's a bit erratic in terms of the time frame. They've gone up and down. There have been different times when different regions have collected more revenue than others. But what is the level of conflictivity in Andalusia? Well, it's not really that high. If we look at the number of claims that have been made to the government, there aren't that many of them. Some of these are, for example, the canon on dumping waste into coastal waters hasn't had any claims filed, whereas there have been a lot of claims filed for the tax on upgrading infrastructure. So once we have carried out this diagnosis, the question that we might pose next is, what is an environmental tax? What can be considered an environmental tax? Well, first of all, it must be a tax applied to a polluting activity and applied on a scale based on its degree of contamination. It also must include incentives to reduce contamination, which is what we have here in Andalusia, incentives that encourage the lowering of environmental impact. And in addition, there have been a lot of taxes created that have had to be created with a lot of imagination in mind, because the tax itself must also have an aspect which allows for the remediation of the environmental damage caused. So this is very important to point out. The the other issue I wanted to mention was how justification must be made of the environmental aspects of a tax, as a general rule, that the environment has to be substantially affected by an event or an activity in order to be taxed. So there has to be a justification in this respect. The Constitutional Court in this respect has ruled, and this has been consolidated over the years, in order to verify that a tax is in fact an environmental tax, it has to be one that does not duplicate any other tax, either national or local. So, in order to be ruled against, a tax must be identical in nature and essentially equal to one at a national or local level. So, this extraneous function must be present in all aspects, in all of the essential aspects of the tax. That is the taxable transaction, the taxable base, and all of the other aspects of the tax. So that's why it's so important and to look at this matter. And we know that it's extremely difficult to coordinate all of these taxes as a whole, because we have so many of them in Spain. It's absolutely a jungle of taxes out there. So there is a lack of coordination, and I'm the first to admit it. And the lack of coordination is actually what has led us to um, the low level of credibility that they have, and perhaps many investors shy away from in investing in some of our Spanish regions, because if an Asian investor finds out about the environmental taxes in a given region, that investor is not going to invest in a wind farm, for example, in that particular region. So, if I may, I'd like to go through some of the different taxes that exist in the state, regions, and uh, local governments. Let's talk about, for example, taxes on water. Some of these taxes are national, and some of them are regional or local. Some of these have to do about recovering the cost of infrastructure. We also have sewage cannons, which is not a tax per se, but it is rather a special rate. So it shouldn't be called a tax. It should be called a contribution for the sewage system. So the fact that it's called a regional canon on sewage perhaps is a way of covering up what it is in reality. In Andalusia, we also have the uh, canons on or the taxes on the use of the public hydraulic resources, or we have taxes on the occupation of sea and land, public domain. And then we have some very original sort of taxes, for example, a tax on reservoir water, or Galicia and Castile Leon are regions that have a tax on reservoirs. And then we also have the price of water in different regions, which varies greatly from one region to the next. Some of the reforms that have been proposed in water taxes, for example, in the upgrading tax, the tax for upgrading infrastructure has been heatedly debated. This is a very very wide range of variability because there are 778 municipalities in Andalusia, and each municipality applies this canon differently. So uh, this means that some municipalities do apply this tax, others apply it, at a lower rate. So there is so much variability here, and there are even areas where, for example, there in some regions, in some municipalities, there's a taxation on water leakages. So, as I said, there's a lack of coordination, there's a lack of uniformity, and across the board, we can see that there are so many different ways this tax is applied. It can either be due to the amount of water consumption, the area you live in, or where the water comes from. For example, in some areas, there are 500 million euros in revenue generated on water taxes. So, what waste disposal in coastal waters is always a heated topic of debate. And then the tax on reservoir water. We have a lot of reservoirs in Andalusia. It's an important source of um, water in our region. And so I think we need to perhaps analyze more closely how we tax the use of reservoir water or benefiting from activities that are carried out in reservoirs. Now, let's talk a little bit about polluting substances. This has been something that has been studied very closely in Andalusia and in comparative law. We've looked at what other countries are doing, countries such as Finland, Denmark, Sweden, Canada. All of these countries have proven to be exemplary in how they apply taxes on contaminating substances. And I think what we could do is enlarge the taxable transactions in Andalusia. For example, there are industries that emit particles or nitrogen oxide or other volatile compounds that are not taxed. So I think there is a lot of room for enlarging the different taxable transactions. And then I think it's also important to make sure that ammonium and sulfur dioxide and other greenhouse gases are emitted into the atmosphere and, of course, in the environment are highly hazardous. We should also look at the possibility of creating a reserve fund, which is uh, contemplated in our 2003 law. And I think this would help us move forward in our green budget, where we would have the possibility of uh, enlarging the taxable transactions, but at the same time simplifying the system. I think our tax system is far too complex, and this makes it difficult to apply. Another important issue here to look at how new taxes are potentially in the pipeline. For example, tax on nitrogen oxide emissions produced by civil aviation, or a tax on port emissions produced by large seafaring vessels. These are two areas where we are studying potential taxes for these activities. And then we have another area where a lot of conflict and debate has taken place, and that is the tax that we apply on facilities or installations that have a negative environmental impact. We've had a number of lawsuits that have been brought against different regional governments in applying this tax, which could affect, for example, electricity production. There is a tax on the production, storage, or transformation of electricity based on gross production, or the transport of electrical energy, telephone, and internet lines. So that's something that we need to look more closely at, because as we heard in an earlier presentation, some of the electricity is produced from clean sources and it's still being taxed. So that goes in a lot of this. For example, the transport of electrical energy for the internet goes against the digital transformation initiative. So we need to see that revenue collected from these installations and activities are inciting a lot of debate. And then we have taxes on vehicles, which could have been replaced by local taxes given the additional provisions in the law. And there are quite a lot of taxes, such as the ones that are applied in Catalonia, which is the regional tax on CO2 for not in effect currently, because we are still awaiting the official reports on CO2 for vehicles, because we have to do it per vehicle model, not by kilometer. So it was declared unconstitutional in 2019. And so it has not been applied in Catalonia as of yet. And then we heard from Jonas in the previous presentation that a lot of countries are actually taxing energy regardless of how that energy is produced. And again, this is also something that happens in Spain. For example, wind energy taxes. These taxes have caused regions to become furious. In the north of Spain, Galicia, Aragon, and many of these regions are absolutely furious because they don't think that clean energy should be taxed. That, for example, there's taxes on the negative impact of how wind farms have in terms of the visual impact of these large aerogenerators that are installed for the production of electricity, but that electricity is being produced in a clean and an environmental friendly way. So that's why they are not in agreement whatsoever for these. So it's important to take this into account. You have to be very careful about when you create taxes that you are not hindering the advance of clean energy and environmental friendly activities and hindering investment, because it's absolutely clear that for investment to be viable, it has to occur in a financial or fiscal environment that allows for these technologies to take hold. So it's not only environmental taxes on atmospheric contamination or air pollution, but we also see other taxes in the European Union context that have been put into the Green Deal and should be taking effect very in the very short term. So it looks like this is going to be something that we all need to work together with in standardization and making sure that everyone is on the same page.
There are more energy taxes apart from the ones I have mentioned. There are there are other taxes on certain aspects. Although I'm going to go on with taxes on waste. This is a very complex scenario. There is a draft bill on pollution and contaminated soil and a draft bill on plastics, although the draft bill is not very clearly drafted. It was published in June, and it is not really clear whether there's going to be a tax on plastic bags or not. A report warned that it is not very clearly drafted in this sense. There is also an Andalusian draft vehicle that won a draft bill to tax dangerous or hazardous waste. There is no a draft bill for a state tax on waste. This tax, which taxes depending on the amount of waste generated, waste disposal, and waste management. And on December the 16th, it was shared for public consultation, and the question was asked regarding of what happens when at a regional government we do have a tax like this one. This happened already with waste disposal, the waste disposal tax. This document said that compensating measures will be reduced depending on the tax income perceived by the regional communities. Some autonomous communities have taxes on large commercial establishments that have been approved by the Constitutional Court and the EU Court of Justice. There is also tax on these tax on large commercial establishments. To me, they are not environmental taxes and they do not appear to be advisable at present. There is also tax on stays at tourist establishments, which are already put in place since the Roman Empire. You had to pay to enter into a city, and these sort of taxes are still valid today. And for me, they are totally anachronistic because tourists are already paying VAT. They don't need to pay an extra tax. There are other taxes, such as tax on fertilizers and pesticides, that emanate from experiences in other countries in the EU, such as Denmark or Belgium. We also have taxes on natural resources or on extractive industries, which exist in countries such as Sweden or Denmark. What other environmental fiscal measures could be implemented? Inheritance tax and donation for land custodianship agreements, personal and wrapping up. How can we figure out these very complex contexts that I have just described? I said before that creating autonomical taxes has created a conflict, let's say, at a state level. I took part in an expert group meeting where I worked regarding devolved taxes, Chapter 3 of the Commission. My opinion then, which still stands today, is as follows. There needs to be communication between the state and autonomous communities when a new tax is going to be developed, and that can be already carried out at a state level. Autonomous communities have tried to fill in the gap that the state had left in at tax level. But currently, environmental taxes are on vogue, and because of the pressure of the EU, the state has started developing these sort of taxes. In 2018, the EU warned Spain that it was not following the dispositions regarding waste management and carbonization of taxes in autonomous communities. The EU had to say there needs to be a greater harmonization between taxes. How could we do that? Maybe we could do that by maybe passing a framework act on taxes and environmental taxes. That would be an example. Although, of course, the autonomous communities should still be able to regulate some devolved aspects. I would like to close now. Thank you for inviting me. I could go on forever because this is a very complex topic and I could be talking about it for hours. But thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you for summarizing. I know that you have a lot to say, but I wanted to give the floor to the public. And I would please ask you to be as specific as possible and as short as possible in your questions. What do you think is better from EU member states, Mr. Toish? Do you think that carbon taxing or the gas emission limitation? What do you think is the best way forward?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think so the question was whether in the European Union context it would be better to go ahead with a carbon tax or with an emissions trading system that is already in place. I'm just hearing the translation, but no. So yeah, essentially, what we say at the OECD that both ways can work very well. If you design them well, you can have very similar abatement incentives, so incentives to reduce emissions through an emissions trading system, or
Se puede hacer mediante los dos.
you know exactly the carbon costs are at the moment around Euro 30 per ton, resulting from the EU ETS, and you can specify that going forward. With an emissions trading system, you specify the quantity, so you know essentially how many emission reductions you will get in the future because you kept those emissions. Both have their advantages, and the nice thing about specifying the quantity that you already know, essentially you can fix the emissions, so you know where you want to go, and that's clear. With a tax, you know the price, which can be helpful for an investment. If you think about, does it make sense to invest in this energy efficient heater? You have the price, you can make your calculations, so that simplifies it. What we see typically with successful schemes is that they involve a bit of both elements. Actually, this kind of theoretical distinction between a tax and a trading system, in practice, these tend to, real world schemes tend to have an element of both. For instance, in Switzerland, you have a carbon tax that automatically being adjusted if emission reduction targets are not reached. So you have this quantity component also in the tax. And we also see there are emissions trading systems, for instance, in California and in Quebec, that have a carbon price floor. It's a bit like a tax component. So you can never emit below a certain price. So we see these elements coming together. In the European Union, we have a market stability reserve, which also aims to create some sort of price stability. So there are these elements in all systems. One thing maybe to mention in the EU context is that the EU ETS at the moment doesn't apply to all emissions. So we first need to think of what do we do with the emissions that are not subject to the ETS? Do we maybe want to use carbon taxes there? And also, there's a question about ambition. So some countries have said they would like to do more and to provide more certainty and to have a carbon tax in addition to the ETS. We have seen that in the UK before they left the European Union. They had a carbon price floor, essentially a tax in the power sector that applied in addition to the ETS. So you get some more price certainty and you can increase incentives in the sector. And at the moment, the Netherlands are also developing these sort of systems for the industry sector and for the power sector. So measures that apply in addition to the ETS. So I don't want to say what's better or worse. What's important is to have a scheme that applies across the economy, ideally. So you want some sort of carbon price everywhere. You ideally also want these prices to be relatively similar across sectors so that you reduce emissions where they are cheapest. And you want to create price certainty so that investors know where these prices will go in the future. So I think it can be done through an ETS, maybe with a price floor, or through a carbon tax. It always depends on implementation. And I'm sorry if it depends answer is probably the answer most experts give, but in this case,
Gracias, John.
it's the only one.
Gracias.
There is a question from the public. Do you think that carbon pricing should be established at an EU level to avoid a loss of competitiveness and differences between countries? That goes for you, Mr. Deutsch.
On competitiveness issues, I missed the first part of the question, unfortunately, because I had switched off the translation while I was speaking. But I think what I understood from the question is essentially...
La primera parte de la pregunta es...
The question is, do you think that carbon pricing should be established at EU level in order to avoid differences between countries and loss in competitiveness?
It makes a lot of sense to coordinate on carbon prices across countries, across regions at the European level and even more broadly. So that's very helpful where it is possible to coordinate on price levels. That's very valuable. At the same time, we also know that across regions, across countries, levels of ambition when it comes to addressing the climate challenge differ quite a bit. So we won't agree on the right price across all countries. So I think in this context that some countries and regions, such as Europe, are more ambitious than others. So then when they raise prices and they raise the ambition of their climate policies, it makes sense to think about means to avoid harmful impacts. And I think in the past, this has worked very well. I mean, as I mentioned, we haven't seen any negative impacts. And I think I'm very confident also going forward, policymakers will make the right choices so that we will not see negative impacts and rather actually get economies ready for the low carbon future.
Muchas gracias, Jonas. Voy a pasar ahora a hacer...
Thank you very much, Mr. Deutsch. I'm going to ask a couple of questions to Mr. Adame, and maybe we can go back to you later if we still have the time. Fran, I've been following very closely what you have said during your presentation. I think it was a very just presentation, the one that you have said. We have a great variety of green taxes across autonomous communities. Do you think we're losing that systematicity of Article 21 in the Constitution? Taxes need to be systematic across the states according to the Constitution. Do you think that the Constitutional Court should be trying to harmonize these taxes that are popping up?
De sistematización,
of course,
porque
this affects Article 1 and the principle of systematization. because now we have a very complex puzzle of taxes with no system at all. There is no order behind it. I have tried to find a system, to find a structure depending on the type of tax or the type of effect on the environment, but it is something that I made up myself. It wasn't made with this in mind. We're talking about green taxing. For, from your perspective as a university professor, what do you think we should do? Should we prioritize a general and systematizing view, or should we prioritize environment? It is an excellent question, but very difficult to answer in a short manner. I would go for regulating in tax laws rather than in sectorial laws. This is the this is the best way forward in order to comply with legislative guidelines. And also from the perspective of legal security, there must be no dispersion. Taxes need to be regulated in tax law, not in other types of laws. And this will need to be this will need to be carried out at a regional level and at a state level. Every time we change a tax, we would need to have an appendix and rewrite the law it modifies. Otherwise, we won't be guaranteeing legal certainty. When a law or an act affects taxes, these need to appear on the title of the act in question so that everyone can identify that a certain law will have an effect on income and on taxes. This happens in sectorial acts. This does not comply with this notion. We're talking about harmonization. On the press, and many people are talking about harmonizing devolved taxes, but there is already a state law harmonizing devolved taxes. Do you think could maybe be better to harmonize green taxes? In the year 2017, there was an attempt to harmonize them. Should we maybe have a framework act at a state level to harmonize taxes across autonomous communities without going against the devolved powers of autonomous communities? I thoroughly agree with what you just said. It is not exactly a question. It is more rather it was a reflection, and I completely agree with it. There needs to be greater harmonization in this sector more than in other types of taxes. Green taxes should be harmonized to comply with the constitution. And there are no attempts to harmonize green taxes across regions in Spain. The notion of a framework law would be, for me, the way forward. And this is what we in our commission suggested when we discussed this topic. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the last question to Mr. Teutsch. The question would be, has the OECD thought about carbon taxes from a gender perspective?
Yes, we have, especially, I think there was also a presentation on this in the other event you had the other day. done a lot of work on gender budgeting that's led by colleagues of mine in the governance directorate. And that also involves then interaction between gender and environmental policies, including carbon taxes. And it's also something that we are mainstreaming across the organization. So in the report I was most involved in, we didn't specifically focus on this, but it's something that's certainly on our minds and analyzed across different parts of the organization. So there is some research out there which I could potentially point you to if you get us in touch. Thank you.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias.
El otro informe, si quieren.
Este tiempo yo creo que hemos cumplido.
For participating in this panel. We have strictly stick to the allocated time, although indeed we could have been able to talk for hours. I would have loved for this panel to go on, but thank you for your participation. Thank you for inviting us, and goodbye.
Muchas gracias, ha sido un placer.
Muy bien.
Thank you, Manolo, and thank you, speakers. We had time to listen to your presentations, but we also had time for the questions, and we finished in time. So great. And both your presentations were very, very interesting. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 11:15. We'll be back with the second panel, which is about public expenditure and climate change, green budgeting. We'll be back in a while. Bye.
Good morning once again. We are now going to resume our online seminar, and we are now going to begin our second panel session on public spending and climate change in green budgeting. And the moderator of the second session is Manuel León, who is head of budget in the regional government of Andalusia. And we are going to have Manuel introduce our two speakers, our guest speakers from the EU and the government of Ireland, who are going to talk about their experiences in green budgeting. So, sorry, over to you. Eduardo Leon, sorry, not Manuela, Eduardo. I'm very sorry about that. I'm delighted to be the moderator of this second panel on public spending and climate action, and we are obviously going to be focusing on green budgeting. I would like to introduce our two distinguished speakers, and I think we are very fortunate to have both of them with us today. Just a few ideas first about what we're doing in Andalusia in the Regional Ministry for Finance in terms of how our budget and through the legal figure of the budget can help as a tool in the fight against climate change. I think we can do this in two areas. First, in decision making. The decision making process is vital to any public administration, and at the present time in terms of efficient water use, climate change, global warming, decarbonizing our economy, the circular economy, all of these issues are going to have a dramatic impact on how our public policy takes shape. In the next generation project we see in the EU, how many different countries such as Spain are going to be directly affected by the immediate effects of climate change. And so that's why we have the road is paved for us, and I don't think anyone puts into question the fact that our budgets have to be biased towards the environmental perspective and the effects that climate change are going to have on us as societies. And each public administration has the responsibility of using that tool to respond to the climate change. So that's what we're doing on the one hand. And then in the other area I'd like to mention is the more broad-ranging scope of our actions. And within this area, I'd like to say that climate change and how public budgets can be a tool in helping us reach our objectives. And the regional government since 2018 has had a law passed in October of 2018 that established a provision, well, rather an amendment in which there was a mandate for a report on environmental impact of the different budget allocations. So this was manifested in a regulation in 2019 which has to do with the strategic mandate of the climate action plan of the regional government of Andalusia. And it has already been formulated and put in place in 2020, and we're already working on that. So, as such, in 2018, 19, and 2020, we already have reports on how our different budget proposals and policies have measures which have environmental impact, and we can measure those impacts. So, this is a way that we can move forward in reaching our objectives. Obviously, we have to be humble in our declarations and our statements because we are by no means uh, 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 where we would like to be. This is a slow going process. And of course, we have to expand our actions to many different areas of our government. For example, child care. We've talked about the gender perspective. We've talked about so many other areas of our economy that are impacted by our policies. But the environmental perspective is obviously a top priority for us. So, for this reason, it's impossible to draft a report without including clear-cut methodologies about how we are going to reach our objectives in a public budget, that is in operational terms, in strategic terms, and of course using indicators all along the way that help us devise strategies in the best way possible. So of course we have to be very modest and prudent in the way we go about doing things because this is something new to all of us. But at the same time, I think we also need to be confident that we are on the right road, we are on the right path, and we already have three budgets behind us 2019, 2020, and now 2021's budget is just about to be passed. And so I think we have confidence, enough confidence under our belts to say that we are developing strategies in the right way so that the environmental perspective and the environmental vision can be incorporated into our public budgets and can be a tool in fighting against climate change, which is an ongoing reality that we have to face and is going to be part and parcel of our objectives from now until 2050. So, without further ado, I would like to hand the floor over to our speakers, our international experts on the matter. And so I would like to, first of all, introduce Mr. Jan Jarretson, who is since August of 2019, Deputy Head of Unit at the Directorate General for the Budget, responsible for performance-based budgeting and policy mainstreaming. He had a track record behind him already at that time in terms of leading EU agencies on migration, as well as administrator of the DG budget, responsible for the coordination of the annual budget procedure and monitoring of budget implementation. He has also been a financial attaché in the Dutch permanent representation to the European Union, so has a very, very consolidated vision of what is being done in the EU with regards to all of the member states. And he is an economist from the Open University of Amsterdam. So for us, it's an honor to have you with us, Jan Jarretson. Mr. Jarretson, I welcome you to give your presentation on public spending and public budgets as a tool for climate action. Mr. Jarretson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Leon. Thank you for your very kind words. Let me see. Was I supposed to open the presentation myself? I think so, huh? Hmm. Okay, let me perhaps start with a quick overview of the content of the presentation. Essentially, the EU budget runs within a system of financial frameworks, which is a 7-year period. We are just about to close our current period, which runs from the year 2014 to 2020. And you might have heard that last week we have reached an agreement on the next period, which will run from 2021 to 27. And we have also reached an agreement on the budget for next year, so 2021. So our system is a bit different compared to national budgets. So the colleagues from the Irish Ministry are going to explain the national context. I think for me it's more the European perspective, which, as I said, runs within a medium-term policy. So let me perhaps start. Mr. Leon already said that a key issue is the decision-making process. That the question is, what kind of policies do we finance? How much funding do we make available? How do we measure the impact of our policies? Do we make the right choices in terms of matching our priorities with funding? I think these are the key issues that we look at when we think about green budgeting. From the point of view of the European Union, I think it's also important to underline that much of our legislation has a major impact on the environment. So many of the regulations and directives that we adopt at the European level have a direct impact on the environment. So it's not only the financing that we make available from the EU budget, but it's also all the other policies that we achieve. This is probably my most important slide. Here you see the cycle of the EU budget policies. Let me perhaps start with the evaluation cycle on the left-hand side. Because there you see that we actually do midterm evaluations, final evaluations of our programs, where we try to measure the contribution from individual spending programs. So as I said, we have a financial framework that runs for 7 years. And at the same time, the Parliament and the Council need to adopt spending programs that allow us to spend money, to give all the money available, to make all the money available that we can then spend as part of the annual budget. So what we have done this time in the year 2017, so I've done a spending review where we have tried to look at all the budget programs and to see to what extent they contribute to the main policy priorities, and to what extent we can actually change them to make them better, and that then uses all the results from evaluations. At the same time, we have also done the impact assessments of our new programs. So the programs running from 2021 to 2027. There we have made all these proposals in the year 2018, and they are being adopted now. So there's quite a long period for the adoption process by the European Parliament and the Council of Ministers. What we have done in the policy design, which is the most important phase, is to set an MFF target. So the MFF is the multi-annual financial framework, running for 7 years, where we have set, especially for climate mainstreaming, a clear target that 30% of our budget has to contribute to climate targets. On that basis, we then have also set a target for each of these spending programs to say, okay, the contribution from agriculture needs to be 40%, the contribution from the cohesion fund will be 37%, and then we will have a contribution from the structural funds, for example, of 30%. And altogether, over all the programs as a whole, the target then is 30%. And something new that we have this time around is also an adjustment mechanism to measure first the contribution, and then also to make adjustments to the programs in case we see that not all the contributions as expected are being delivered. So that is then a possibility for us to make adjustments along the way to make sure that we reach the target by the end of the period. Another matter that we have in the MFF proposal is the do no significant harm principle, which essentially means that the programs will should not harm climate. For example, infrastructure projects need to respect the do no harm principle. Then we have also made quite a number of investment guidelines, which typically are applicable to our more financial instruments. So all the borrowing and lending that we do to support the European Investment Bank and to support the private companies. Then we have enhanced conditionalities and sustainability proving, which is essentially a means to check whether the investments in infrastructure, in buildings, contribute to climate targets. So these are main elements of the policy design. We have tried to mainstream climate into our programs and to say that many programs should contribute to climate targets. And that is then opposed to a possibility of saying that we would have one single program contributing to climate. So for climate, I would say that our system is the most advanced on the side of the EU budget. We also have a system in place for biodiversity and air quality. But there the difference is that these systems are more tracking of expenditure, and then we do mostly reporting. So for climate, we really have a spending target. For biodiversity, we will introduce a spending target, and for air quality, we mostly report on what we have done. That then maybe brings me to the reporting cycle. So there you see on the left hand, at the bottom of the slide, reporting and monitoring. So what we try to do in our budget documents that we adopt every year is to report on the performance of the programs, and that we do in what we call the program statements. So for each of the programs of the EU budget, we have a statement of around 10-15 pages to explain the targets of the program, the objectives of the program, and the indicators that we use to report on the programs, on the progress that we make. So that's the key document that we adopt every year. Then, as I said, for each of the programs, we have indicators to measure their contribution to the targets. And what we are currently trying to do is to develop cross-cutting indicators where we can measure the contribution across programs, to say not only individually by program, but then also by a group of programs, how much their contribution to climate, to biodiversity is. So let me perhaps then turn to the amount of funding that we make available. So first of all, you see here the amount of funding that we have for climate change. per year over the period 2014 to 2020. So you see on the left-hand side the amount of funding in billion of euro. On the right-hand side, the percentage of the budget that that corresponds. And then you see the main programs that are contributing. So what you see here in the slide is that many programs are contributing to climate financing. So you have on the one hand agriculture, you have the structural funds. We have a dedicated environment program which is called LIFE. Then also our external aid programs, so let's say development aid in third countries, they also contribute. So altogether, that shows the range of programs that make important contributions to climate. You see also the evolution over the period. So you see in 2014 we started with around 15% of the EU budget, and we expect to end the current period with around 21%. Overall, that adds up to nearly 20% of our budget, which was our spending target for the current period. As I said, for the next period, we will have a spending target of 30%, which is quite a lot more ambitious. So it will be a matter of keeping track of what we do to see whether we are able to deliver on that target. As I said, we also look at biodiversity in the EU budget, which in the past was more a reporting exercise. Here you see again a similar slide as the previous one for climate. You see the amount of funding made available and the percentage corresponding to the amount as compared to the total EU budget. The different programs contributing. You see that the numbers are a bit lower than for climate, ranging from 6% in 2014 to around 8% at the moment. And you also see that most of the contribution actually comes from one single program, which is the agricultural policy. So that's our main program contributing to biodiversity, let's say. Also here you see that the numbers go up, but the numbers are lower. And I should also say that there's a bit of overlap between the two. So many of the projects that count for biodiversity are also relevant for climate. So that's in terms of methodology and issue that we see that there is a bit of overlap or double counting, if you like. Then some examples of what we actually achieve with all this funding. So one thing is the amount of money that we make available. The other thing is what we achieve with that. On the upper half of the slide, you see some of the contributions to climate. For example, the reduction in tons of carbon emissions that we have been able to reduce thanks to investments in cohesion funding. You see also the number of users of our Earth observation system, which is meant to monitor environment data. It's called the Copernicus service, and there we have around 30,000 registered users at the moment. Then perhaps another example to mention is is again for agriculture, where we see that around 80% of the agriculture area in the European Union is subject to at least one obligation to green the policy. So these are requirements built in the common agricultural policy to make sure that there is a positive environmental impact of the policy. So that is really a requirement, if you like, for the direct payments that we make for the farmers, that they have to respect these conditions. Then perhaps also 2 bullet points on the contribution to biodiversity. And there we show the contribution that we make through the main external aid program. Then we also have the contribution from our main research program, Horizon 2020, where we also finance conservation of biodiversity. As I said, we are just moving from one period to the next period. So in a way, the timing of the seminar is very interesting. We see that we move from the end of 2020 to the beginning of 21, from one financial framework period to the other. And then if you look at the amounts of funding we have made available so far, you see that the amounts are actually going up quite significantly. So on the one hand, that is because we have a higher target for climate financing in the multi-annual budget. So in 2014, 2020, we had 20% as a target, and we go now to 30% of the EU budget. So that in itself is a major increase. But there's also the new element in the multi-annual budget, where you see that we have the new COVID recovery fund, which is called Next Generation EU, where we have a major amount of funding available for economic recovery in the member states over the next 3-4 years. And that is also meant to contribute significantly to climate. The minister already mentioned it at the beginning in his introduction. We have the twin transition, so digital and climate, which are funded very substantially by this temporary fund, and then also by the normal fund under the multi-annual budget. So that is climate. Then if I turn to biodiversity, as I said, we had no target in the current period, which is about to end. But we had around 86 billion of contribution. So that compares to the 210 billion for climate. And then in the next period, we will have a target now. We will have a target for a couple of specific years of the period. So the target is 7.5% of EU budget spending in 2024, going up to 10% in 26 and 27. So the difference is for climate, we have a target that covers the period, the 7 years as a whole. For biodiversity, we have specific years in which we are expected to reach the target. Then finally, air quality, where we have a directive in place to measure the contribution to air quality projects. In the current period, we had no specific target, but we did reporting for the first time in this year, and then we estimated that we have made available an amount of around 46 billion over the years 2014 to 2020. In the next period, we will again have no target, and we use reporting in the same way as we have done so far. Then perhaps a couple of words about the recovery plan, which, as I said, is the major new element that came out of the response to the corona crisis this year. So this was agreed at the European Council in July. So the main delivery model is the Recovery and Resilience Facility, where each of the member states have to make national plans to set out how they will contribute to the to recovery and resilience of economies, and to the twin transition of digital and climate. So we are in the process of receiving these plans now. We've seen some parts of the green elements of the Spanish plan, which is really work in progress. But there we see already how the Spanish government intends to reach the 37% spending target for climate in the RRF. So that's something that will go on in the coming months. because the plans still need to be finalized on the sides of the member states, and then they also need to be approved. So we set 37% target for the programs, which corresponds to an amount of around 300 billion euros. So a very substantial amount of funding that is available for climate-related projects. Also here, recovery plans will need to be coherent with the European Green Deal and with the do no significant harm principle. So each of the member states has to explain how the plans contribute to the targets, how the principles have been taken into account. Something new in our way of funding this is that the Union will borrow funding for the to finance the recovery plan. So this is a bit different from the normal system of financing the European Union's budget, which is normally financed by own resources. So that's essentially a share of the gross national income of each of the member states, plus then some funding coming from VAT income and from customs duties. So that's the normal way of funding. We receive the amounts of funding every month from the member states, and we don't need to borrow for that. So the recovery and resilience facility is really an exception to that, because we will borrow funding on the capital markets. And the idea is that 30% of this amount of money that we will borrow will be financed through issuing green bonds, which is a new concept for us. And it's going to be a very substantial amount of new funding then in the markets. We are currently setting up a system where we raise funding for social purposes. So that's something that we have already a bit of experience with in the course of this year. And the green bonds would then be coming starting from next year. So that's a major new development, both in terms of policy and in terms of the sheer amount of money that we will have available. As I said last week, we had an agreement on the new financial framework for the period 21 to 27. We are currently also reaching many political agreements between the European Parliament and the Council of Ministers on the legal basis for the spending programs. And on Friday evening, there was also a political agreement on the recovery and resilience facility, which means that all the programs are now being adopted, and we will be able to start spending all this money early next year then. Maybe to turn to some of the more policy-related issues. So early this year, we adopted the proposals for the European Green Deal. That is essentially the question of how we will achieve climate neutrality in the longer term. It covers many new policy initiatives. We've only listed a couple of them here. An important one in terms of climate contribution is the agricultural policy. And there we have adopted what is called the farm to fork strategy, which is really a new method of delivering agriculture. Important issues are still being discussed by Parliament and Council on how all this money will actually be used. Important new ways of doing this is using what is called eco schemes, and there farmers get more funding if the way of farming is more green. That's an important element that is still under discussion. I think the aim is to have this policy adopted early next year also. So the Commission also this year adopted a new biodiversity strategy. It's a strategy to promote biodiversity up to the year 2030. So for the next 10 years. Another new initiative is what is called Green Missions in Horizon Europe. So our future research program. There also we will make more funding available for research with green elements. And then we have new investment initiatives under our financial instruments program, InvestEU. So these are all new policies that we have. All this is still in the process of being adopted by the legislator, but it should be in place soon after the Christmas break. Maybe if we look ahead, some of the challenges that we see with the green budgeting for the European Union. First, we are still having some issues in terms of reporting on how much we spend. Because as I said earlier on, the same euro can be tracked twice or even more times in our systems if programs contribute to several objectives at the same time. One example is climate and biodiversity, and there you see then a bit of overlap of funding. Another new element that we are introducing is reporting on the basis of the EU taxonomy system, which is a new system of reporting where I think this afternoon in the seminar, my colleague Caroline will probably speak a bit more about. So I will leave it to her to explain to you how that works in greater detail. But it's a new system that is being put in place with many new regulations that are going to be adopted over the next couple of years. So this is still a work in progress. Then what is very important to us is to report on the performance of the programs. So that's really also a medium-term issue where we want to turn a bit more from reporting on how much we spend to reporting on the impact of the expenditure. To say, okay, we have spent so much money in agriculture, and the impact on climate is such and so. So that is really something that we are trying to develop further. We already have some elements of that, but we are working on a new methodology to really report more clearly on the impact of expenditure. One element of doing that is to develop new indicators. As I said, often we have indicators in our spending programs which are specific for one program, for example, for agriculture or for the Regional Development Fund. And what we would like to have is also a system of indicators that actually track progress across these programs so that we can show more clearly for the EU budget as a whole what the contribution has been. So then it's a matter of collecting this information and then also communicating it to make the information available on websites to the broader public. That's also still a challenge for us to say, okay, how can we then, if we have this information, make it available in the right way of summary to the general public, to the European Parliament, to the Council of Ministers in the European Union, also to member states and regional and local governments. And that we are able then to also use that information to feed it into decisions for the future. When we decide on new spending programs and when we decide on how much funding we make available for each of the programs or for certain strands within a program. And then to be able to say, okay, given our priorities, if we want to steer funding, how can we do that? So the crucial element for that is to have the information first. I would imagine the same questions are also applicable to many of the national budgets and regional budgets. I think then also for the case for the government of Andalusia, also for the Irish government. Perhaps I leave it here for the brief introduction. I would be happy to take any questions and then also to listen to the colleagues from the Irish government to hear about their experiences. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mr. Jarrettson, for this excellent presentation. I think it was very clear how much effort is being put into the complying with the environmental objectives and adapting to climate change. So many thanks for that. And we're going to now move on to our next speaker, to Mr. Ken Cleary, who is from the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform of the Government of Ireland, and prior to that was also in the Communications and Climate Change Bureau for Energy Efficiency. He worked in that area for over 3 years and is an expert in the subject of climate change and public expenditure. He has also worked as the first Secretary of the Embassy of Ireland in Singapore and has a degree from the City College of Dublin. And we would like to now give a very warm welcome to Mr. Cleary. I hand it over to you, Mr. Cleary. Go right ahead.
Cuando quieras. Perdona, Ken, activa el micrófono.
Microphone, please. Mr. Cleary, I'm afraid your microphone is muted. Could you please activate your microphone?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. I was on mute there. Even after quite a few months of using Zoom, I find these incidents can still happen. Just to say good morning and thank you to my hosts who've invited me here this morning. What I'm going to do this morning is take you through a very practical example of how Ireland has started implementing some of the things that Jan is talking about there. In other words, what kind of practical tools and instruments are we deploying to assess the climate and environmental characteristics of the national budget of Ireland? Oh, my apologies. So, as the introduction said, my name is Ken Cleary and I work in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. Ireland is a little unusual in that our Treasury Ministry or Finance Department is split into two, essentially. We have the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, which is responsible for public spending, and we have the Department of Finance, which is responsible for taxation and economic planning. So I'm in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, and our mission in this department is to ensure that the public spending that takes place is well managed, well targeted and sustainable, but also that the public services delivered by the Irish government are modernised, effective and accountable to the public. So why introduce green budgeting? I suppose where Ireland took some inspiration from was the OECD Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting. And really, even before that, then the work that many EU member states have been doing to implement gender budgeting and well-being budgeting. And I suppose all these various types of budgeting are an acknowledgement that the budgetary process itself is not neutral. It's not purely administrative, but rather that it reflects long-standing societal choices about where we allocate the funds that we have available. And I suppose that if we're to ensure that our budgetary process is conducive to effective decision-making, it should reflect the targets that we as a society, or the goals that we as a society have agreed to achieve. And similar to Spain, Ireland has adopted a goal to be carbon neutral by 2050. And currently there's legislation making its way through the Irish Parliament that will give legal effect to that target. So our budgets are one of the tools that will have to be used, possibly the key tool that will have to be used in ensuring that Ireland achieves this target for 2050, and of course then the much sooner targets that we have in terms of the 2030 climate and energy process in the EU. And as I noted, it builds on work, some very successful work that has already been done in Ireland on gender diversity and equality budgeting. I'm sorry, this graph doesn't seem to have come out quite clearly here on this page, but I suppose this was just an attempt to put in some context Ireland's progress on meeting our 2030 greenhouse gas emissions targets. Ireland has a target to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2020 as compared with the 2005 emissions. And this is the joint highest target in the European Union. Our progress was up until about 2016, we were below the emissions limits that were implied by this 2020 target. But really that was, I suppose, a hangover from the economic crisis, which, like Spain, affected Ireland very, very significantly from 2007, 2008 onwards. And what we've seen, unfortunately, in the last few years is that while we've achieved economic growth, quite significant economic growth, our emissions have largely flatlined. So they haven't been declining in the way that they need to reach these annual targets to get us to a 2020 target of a reduction in 20% in emissions. So that's just what that graph was attempting to show. And I suppose, again, just for some further context to why we're engaging in green budgeting, why we view it as so important, Ireland has a non-ETS target to reduce our emissions by minus 30% by 2030 under the current EU package, which is obviously going to be reviewed in light of the decision last week by the Environment Council. But more importantly than that for us is that Ireland, a new government was elected just this summer in Ireland, and it is a coalition incorporating the Green Party, who obviously have very strong environmental goals in mind, and our programme for government, which is I suppose the collective tasks the new government has set itself, is to achieve a 51% cumulative reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and to achieve, as I mentioned, net zero emissions by 2050. As you'll have seen from the graph on the previous page, Ireland's emissions have been relatively flat for the last few years, but trending slightly upwards. And if you look at the graph there on the right, you will see that with the impact of existing policies, greenhouse gas emissions are projected to rise over the following decade. If we take into account all the new measures that have been committed to in very significant new climate action plans and so on, you will still see that they are considerably in excess of the emissions reductions that Ireland will be required to achieve to put us on a trajectory to achieve a 50% reduction in emissions in just 10 years. So this is just to give you a sense of the scale of the challenge that the Irish government faces over the following decade. So in light of where we are on climate, in light of what has been achieved, why is the Irish government interested in green budgeting? And I suppose we really see it from the Department of Public Expenditure's perspective. We see green budgeting as having two key objectives in mind as to why we should pursue it. The first is clearly transparency. And we mean transparency not only here for the general public, but also for policymakers, for parliamentarians, even for members of the government, to give them an insight into how much of government spending is going towards programs which are going to have an impact on assisting us reach the climate targets that I've articulated in the previous slides. So that's the first key objective, we think, just to set out how our various expenditures are contributing towards our objectives. And the second point, I think, which follows on from that then is on effectiveness. So once we have identified all the climate-related spending programs, that we look at those spending programs to see, again, how much they're contributing towards our key climate and environmental objectives. And in particular, obviously, the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, given how stringent our targets are going to be, is the critical, I suppose, cross-sectoral impact metric that we're looking at, that we're interested in. And it's also something that we work very closely with our debt agency, because Ireland has issued about 6.2 billion euros in green bonds, which is a significant amount of debt for a small member state. And this is through one green bond, but several issuances of that green bond, which has proven enormously popular with investors, been oversubscribed several times. So I think it's very interesting to see that the Commission are interested in entering this market as well. So just to talk a little then about Ireland's budgetary cycle. And I suppose the first thing to be clear is that our budgetary procedures in Ireland are administrative rather than legal. The particular tax increases and particular spending limits are voted on by the Parliament. But other than that, our budgetary procedures are administrative in nature. We're not required to conform to any particular standards that are set down in legislation, which I think gives us the flexibility to introduce reforms like performance budgeting, like green budgeting, without having to look for legislative permission or changes to legislation. So our cycle is that in October each year, we publish a budget for the following year, which is presented to the Dáil, which is the Irish Parliament. And what that budget sets out is the taxation changes that are planned, and also then the high-level spending numbers that are projected for the following year. Then between October and December, we in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform work with the various other government departments to develop what we call a revised estimates volume. And it's this document that provides the individual program by program expenditure allocations from those high levels announced in the budget in October. And it's really this revised estimates volume, because it publishes that spending information on a program by program basis. It's really this document is the key document for us from identifying, first of all, those expenditures which have an impact on climate change. Now, both of these documents are then approved by a vote of the Irish Parliament, which we call the Oireachtas. So, how did we start this process? As I noted, it was the OECD sent a letter to Ireland, as I'm sure they sent a letter to all member states, asking if we would be interested in joining what they call the Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting. So this was well timed, because it arrived at the time we were just considering how best to promote the transparency of our budget, the climate characteristics of our budget. So we agreed with the OECD. We happily signed up to the Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting. And then alongside that, then we looked at, okay, what are our principal objectives that we're trying to achieve through green budgeting, and what are the challenges that we might face in this. And we set out in a staff paper, which was published in late 2018, I suppose, our reasons for green budgeting, the objectives we were seeking to follow, the steps that we would take in implementing green budgeting, and the key challenges as we saw them. So this paper that you see there, an introduction to the implementation of green budgeting in Ireland, is available on our department's website. So please feel free to Google that, and you'll see the thought process that we went through in developing a regime for green budgeting in Ireland. And I think it should be no surprise that the key challenge that we faced was, well, okay, how do we determine, out of all the things that the government spends money on the various programs, how do we determine what is our methodology for deciding which elements of this spending we might consider to be climate related? within this, then there are a lot of methodological issues that we came across. First of all, that there's no really internationally accepted definition as yet of what constitutes climate-related expenditure. And it was very interesting to hear from Jan about the analysis that his team has done of the EU budget, using, my understanding is, Jan, please correct me later if I'm wrong, that what the EU uses to determine the proportion of its funds that go towards climate-related purposes are essentially through an application of what are called climate markers. These are sometimes called the Rio markers. And what they allow policymakers to do is to look at program expenditure and then decide, using a fairly simple system, what proportion of expenditure on these items might be considered to be climate-related. For example, my understanding is that if the program's basis is the alleviation or the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, then very clearly 100% of the spending can be considered to be climate related. If reducing emissions is one of a small number of core objectives of the program, then perhaps 40 to 50% of the expenditures can be claimed to be climate related, and so on downwards. So this was our starting point, really. But when we examined the application of these climate markers, these Rio markers, we examined a lot of the literature that was out there on them, and found, or really came to the conclusion, that their application was too imprecise. It would have, in our view, vastly overstated the actual expenditure on climate-related items. And some of the examples that we looked at, which led us to this conclusion, were things like state support for research and innovation. So clearly here, climate is one of the principal objectives of the funding that the national government puts forward for research and innovation. So in theory, using the climate markers, this would allow us to claim that 40 to 50% of the state's investment in research and innovation can be considered to be climate related. However, we don't think that accurately reflects the on-the-ground allocation of these research budgets, where, again, climate is a core objective, but it's one of about 7 or 8 core objectives. So claiming 40 to 50% would overestimate the proportion of our research budget that goes directly towards climate outcomes. We drew the same conclusion on investment in our water sector. Unlike most other EU member states, the water infrastructure in Ireland is entirely state-owned and entirely government-funded. In other words, householders are not expected to pay anything for their water supplies. So again, using climate markers, we could claim that 100% of this expenditure might be climate related, and this is obviously multi-billions of euros of annual expenditure. But again, in our view, it would be difficult to conclude that this is having a significant impact on greenhouse gas emissions, because certainly upgrading energy efficiency of pumping stations and so on, reducing leakages, yes, they do have an impact on emissions, but certainly not to the degree that the billions of annual investment in water infrastructure would imply it might have. So we looked around for alternative definitions that we might apply. And what we came to the conclusion of was that the best definition at the time we could find was actually something that was relied on by the International Capital Markets Association. And they issued this guidance for the issuance of green bonds, not just by sovereigns, but also by corporates. So we took this definition that they used and that we had issued Ireland's sovereign green bond under, and decided to apply a modified version of it to Irish expenditure. So what we looked at was expenditure which promotes, in whole or part, directly or indirectly, or transition to a low carbon and climate resilient, environmentally sustainable economy. Now that's very broad and very high level, but within that definition then, we took a very conservative approach to the application of it. And in short, we only applied it to those expenditure items where we believe that the vast majority, if not all, of the expenditure in the program in question directly contributed to reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. So again, that excludes our expenditure on water infrastructure. It excludes our expenditure on research and development. It even excludes expenditure, for example, on our schools renovation program, because again, a portion of that clearly improves the energy efficiency and hence the emissions of our school systems. But we think, again, it would be too imprecise to claim all or a significant portion of that expenditure. So under this definition, we've excluded all those expenditures. So what we think we have constructed here is the most conservative possible appreciation or assessment of the climate expenditure being undertaken by the Irish government. As I mentioned, some of the examples there: innovation, schools, school transport programs, and water infrastructure, all have some climate-related elements of those expenditure. We're just not quite sure yet the best way of identifying that expenditure as distinct from the total expenditure in those areas. So just to give you a flavour of Ireland's climate-related expenditure, then it was 1.6 billion in 2019. Rising to 2 billion in 2020, which is a significant increase. But we have an even more significant increase now planned for next year, where our climate-related expenditure, largely thanks to spending on public transport and energy efficiency, is going up by nearly 50% next year to reach nearly 3 billion euros. So that's one of the tools that we've used. We produce and we include in our revised estimates volume this assessment of climate-related expenditure. But as mentioned by my colleague from the OECD earlier, Ireland has also decided to implement a carbon tax, and in fact to increase that carbon tax each year. So in budget 2020, which was last year, as in what we're spending this year, we implemented the first increase in the carbon tax, where we increased it by €6 a tonne. This was projected to yield additional revenues of 90 million. And I suppose to avoid a situation as they ran into in France, and to convince, I suppose, people of the wisdom of increasing carbon taxes progressively over time, the government decided to take a decision that perhaps departs from the orthodoxy and says that actually all the revenues that it's anticipated that this carbon tax will raise will instead be ring-fenced. And ring-fenced for 3 different purposes: to protect those most exposed to higher fuel and energy costs, to provide a just transition for workers who are displaced via our climate plans, and then obviously invest in new climate activities. So the pie chart on the right just shows you the breakdown of those allocations, and you see that actually the largest sum of money was devoted to protecting the vulnerable through increases to what we call social protection schemes. And again, we published this use of carbon tax funds in both a revised estimates volume and via a separate paper to prove to the public that the government, that this new spending, that this commitment to ring fence this new spending is truly additional spending and truly will be ring fenced for the purposes the government has said it will be put to. In budget 2021, a further increase in the carbon tax of €7.50 per tonne was implemented. And now what this means is that these annual increases, with the ring fencing of these revenues, both the revenues that were raised by the €6 increase in 2020 and the projected €7.50 increase in 2021 will be ring fenced. So that brings the available funds for ring fencing next year to €238 million. So you see how quickly the revenues from this carbon tax increase, and going from 90 million to 238 million is significant additional funding then for those objectives that we set out in the previous page. And in fact, the government decided to give certainty to consumers for investment decisions, and to businesses, that these annual increases in the carbon tax will actually be set down in legislation. This is the first time, I'm pretty sure, in the history of the Irish state that a government has ever legislated for future tax increases in this manner. And you'll see below that the government is projecting that this bill, this €7.50 increase a year to 2030, is going to raise about €9.5 billion over the decade. So we've gone from increase providing 90 million in additional funds for 1 year for 2020 to an investment program now of €9 billion over the coming decade, arising from just the carbon tax. So again, government has committed that 5 billion of this, the majority of the funds raised, is going to go back to householders through measures for energy efficiency. This is grants to help people increase the energy efficiency of their home, but also then to the vulnerable people who are suffering from energy poverty, that they receive free or highly subsidized energy efficiency improvements. The next highest allocation then is to protect the vulnerable and for a just transition. That's again to deal with the social welfare consequences that arise from a carbon tax. Because although the expenditure of the lowest income households on energy and I suppose emissions intensive products is lower than at the top, this does constitute a higher share of their incomes than other households. So in other words, without ring fencing the carbon tax funds to go to those households, carbon tax increases would be regressive. But we, and indeed our kind of national economic think tank, the Economic and Social Research Institute, have said that in fact, if we ring fence these funds in this manner, it will make the carbon tax increases planned over the next decade progressive rather than regressive, i.e. it will reduce inequality, it will reduce poverty levels overall in the Irish economy. And then obviously Ireland's agricultural sector is far, far, far higher than any other EU member states. Agriculture is about 36% of our total emissions in the Irish economy. I think the next largest might be in Denmark, where it's maybe 18% or something like that. So Ireland is more akin to New Zealand rather than any other EU member state. So obviously we need to shift our model of agricultural production from one that's based on emissions intensive products to one that's greener and more sustainable. So again, a large chunk of the carbon tax funds will be ring fenced for that purpose. So again, as I mentioned, we view this allocation of carbon tax funds as a subset of what we're doing on green budgeting, and we have published our approach to the use of carbon tax funds. Again, how we will manage any underspend by government departments, how we will ensure that every penny essentially raised by the carbon tax goes towards those purposes that we've talked about. So again, if you Google the use of carbon tax funds 2020, you'll be able to see your full paper on how we've set out how we're going to do this. But also then, and here's where it links again back to our twin objectives of green budgeting on transparency, but now moving on to effectiveness. We have said that any government department who's getting funding from these carbon tax revenues has to supply ex-ante performance metrics. In other words, if we're giving you carbon tax funds, you have to set out very clearly in specific performance metrics what you think this money will achieve. And with those metrics then, we have linked them also to those, not just to obviously the climate objectives that they're aiming towards, but also then to the sustainable development goals that they contribute to. Now, 2020 was the first year we've done this. So I think it's fair to say that there's considerable variation in the quality of these metrics. And while we, again, in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, we're most interested in performance metrics that speak to the outcomes these programs are expected to achieve. It's difficult for a lot of government departments to move on from metrics which solely track the outputs of expenditure. So I've provided an example there on the right. You can just see that for one of the schemes that received increase in funding was a scheme that offers free energy efficiency upgrades to homes of people who are in energy poverty. And again, we've set down in terms of an output metric how many homes we expect that to upgrade. But we've also worked with the department responsible for this program to estimate the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that we think this investment is also going to save. Because again, we think it is absolutely critical that not only do we identify government climate-related expenditure, but the government also understands how much or expenditures in these various programs contribute to that overall target of reducing emissions over the next decade. So what we will do then is that future iterations of our budgetary documentations will now include an ex post assessment of the performance of these programs against the metrics they have supplied on an ex ante basis. So very obviously, this allows us to compare the actual income, the impact the programs had versus what government expectations were around the programs. And we do expect the results of this impact analysis to inform decisions on our allocations of these €9.5 billion of carbon tax expenditures. The program for government sets out, the broad areas this should be spent to, alleviating poverty, energy, improving energy efficiency, and so on. But this then is the link that helps us determine where this money is best spent on what individual programs. And we hope then that the net impact of this is going to encourage departments to engage with performance reporting, and ultimately over time, I suppose, to build better programs when they're seeking funds from the carbon tax, and get more comfortable with this impact and outcome reporting. And needless to say, as I mentioned, as the carbon tax funds increase every year, our intention is to build on this to make the processes more elaborative, but again, with a view to being more informative. We're also in next steps. We'd hoped to get this done this year, but unfortunately, due to the COVID situation, it's an activity that's going to be pushed to 2021. And it was mentioned by the OECD and other speakers this morning, the importance of eliminating fossil fuel subsidies and environmentally harmful spending. And I suppose fossil fuel subsidies are relatively easy to categorize, but environmentally harmful spending is not so easy to categorize. And again, there's very, very limited studies that we can see that have been available to us to do this. So again, the questions that we're looking at, okay, we're reasonably happy with our definition of climate beneficial spending, but how do we look at expenditures that might be having a negative impact on climate and environment? And then what specific tax incentives and spending programs meet these definitions? And we think what the key step in this process then, again, moving from transparency to effectiveness, is to ask, well, what's the policy rationale for these programs? So I think for some of them, it'll be very clear. As an example, in Ireland, we have a program that gives grants to drivers who are disabled to allow them to adapt vehicles. This is, in theory, or by some definitions, a fossil fuel subsidy, because it's supporting the use of vehicles. But clearly there's a strong policy rationale for social inclusion there as well. So it may be that the policy rationale for some of this environmentally harmful spending outweighs the negative impacts it's having. But by allowing us to look at this, I think it'll allow us to see other ways of achieving the same or similar objectives in a less environmentally harmful manner. Now, this is, I think, going to be very controversial, because every fossil fuel subsidy or environmentally harmful spending is an income to some group in society. So I think we will view this as a controversial and difficult task, but something we really want to progress in 2021. So I'll just summarize then in terms of the challenges that you might see in implementing a regime of green budgeting. You see that these methodological issues are difficult. How should you capture the scale of the financial resources being addressed to climate change? And, perhaps the EU taxonomy on sustainable finance, which is coming down the path soon, will afford us more systematic ways of looking at this question. And I know that the OECD and indeed the World Bank are looking hard at this question as well. But then we need to consider how to evaluate the impact this spending is having. And I think it was very heartening to hear that from Jan, that the EU Commissioner, again, looking at these kind of cross-sectoral impacts and performance metrics that might be applied to this expenditure. And we look forward to that work. And then, of course, how best we present this information to citizens in a manner that's clearly understood and accessible. And I think that will be a very particular challenge as well. And it's something I must admit that from a finance ministry, I'm not sure that we're great at the moment. And I think it's fair to say that, look, while Ireland has made some progress on green budgeting, and I hope I've given you some flavour of that, we are very much of the view that our approach has significant limitations. We view this as very much a work in progress that's going to build over time with international experience, with the work of the Commission, the OECD, the World Bank and others, and indeed these kind of shared learning exercises with other EU member states. So I won't go through this because time is of the essence, but you'll see it there, how granular you want to get on programs. Do you track by program, by activity? There's lots of questions there. And of course, this issues that you run into there, if the EU determines it's going to count climate-related expenditure in one way, are there risks to member states for adopting alternative approaches and so on. So it'll be an iterative process. We acknowledge that its limitations, and I think I've covered all of these before, that we're hopeful that the EU taxonomy on sustainable finance might move the debate on. And indeed, we're working with DG Reform at the moment. We have a process in place at the moment with DG Reform that's going to upgrade Ireland's overarching performance budgeting framework, which, as I mentioned, covers gender equality and well-being budgeting, and ultimately green budgeting is in essence a subset of performance budgeting. So again, through this work with the EU, we do hope to move on the system that we're using in Ireland, and as I said, take the best lessons from the likes of the OECD, World Bank and others on this. And of course, standing behind all of this is our sovereign green bond, which has been very successful to date, but we'll have to consider then, do we move on the framework that has been issued under, in line with some of these instruments coming out at the EU level. So I hope that's given you a good flavour of the experience we've had to date in Ireland on the implementation of green budgeting. As I mentioned, because we are of the view, I suppose we have an element of uncertainty in what we're doing at the moment implementing green budgeting. So whenever we're taking decisions, we always try and publish our thinking behind them as well as the decisions. So if you Google green budgeting in Ireland, you'll be able to get several publications by the department that outline some of this, or you can just contact me at this email address, and I'd be happy to assist with any queries you might have, and obviously happy to take any questions that might arise here today as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. It's clear that enormous efforts are being made by the Government of Ireland in devising these very novel approaches to budgeting, and including the environmental perspective. And I would like to lead on with a question to John, and it has to do with the taxonomy of activities. And I think that classification system that we need on activities related to public expenditure, both in terms of national activities, regional, or even at the EU level. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about whether when drafting their budgets are already using the taxonomy. Is it ready to be used and transferred to other governments in their budget policy making? Could you say a few words about that, John?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Leon, and thank you, Ken, also for your presentation, which I thought was very recognizable in terms of the challenges you face for the Irish national budget. About the taxonomy, Mr. Leon, so the taxonomy was originally developed more for private companies, and what we have said in the European Sustainable Investment Plan is that we also try to see to what extent we can apply the taxonomy to EU budget spending. And of course, there's a difference between the decisions of private companies, which usually have their profit objective, and the objectives of a public government, or in our case, the EU budget approach. So we're still trying to see to what extent we can apply the taxonomy. This is, I think, for us, going to be a more gradual approach for the coming years. And for the moment, we are still applying, for the purposes of our reporting, the Rio market system. Maybe just to respond to you, Ken. Indeed, for the moment, we are still working with the Rio markets. And you're right, they have their limitations, but from our point of view, they also have some advantages, to the extent that many of the governments are used to working with them. We already have them as part of the annex for the Common Provisions Regulation, which is the overarching regulation for the structural funds. I mean, there you have a list in an annex with the various markers that we apply for energy efficiency measures. There's a long list available. So from our point of view, I think that works as a system. Even though you're also right to say that there's an issue of granularity, just to make sure that we don't overestimate all the expenditure. And if I look at how that works, I mean, you gave the example of research. We also apply the Rio market system to research at the level of projects. And we're going to strengthen that as from next year also in our accounting system, that we mark even more clearly the contribution to climate at project level. So very granular then. And we already use different markers for different types of research projects. So we already try to make a distinction between some research strands that are less relevant for climate than others. I mean, we have been using the Rio market system over the past periods. We already had this market system in the proposals for the current period. So all the structural funds, the contributions were already proposed in the year 2011 for the period running from 2014 to 2020. So that system has run, and I think it works relatively well. We had a long discussion about all this also with the European Court of Auditors when they audited our contribution to climate. So as I said in the presentation, for the current period, we have a 20% target for climate, and the Court of Auditors, I think, were mostly critical about the marker we use for the direct income support to farmers under the Common Agricultural Policy, where they thought that the marker we use is too high compared to the conditions that the farmers need to comply with. So that is something that we are trying to address in two ways also for the future period. One is to say that we use a lower marker for this, precisely because it's difficult to justify a very high marker. And on the other hand, in terms of policy, we try to reinforce the requirements for farmers, which is really the current discussion with the European Parliament and the Council on the conditions for farmers in the future period. So it's on the one hand a lower marker, on the other hand stronger conditions, and that would then allow us to use an aggregate marker also for the future, which then also needs to be seen in connection with the rural development requirements that we have. Taxonomy is something that we are working on, Mr. Leon, to see how we can merge that with the Rio market system in the future. But it's ongoing work, and we're trying to see also with our departments in the Commission to what extent they can actually use the taxonomy as it currently stands, because not everything is adopted yet in terms of dedicated acts for taxonomy. That will be coming in the next 2 years or so, and then we need to see if all that works with the public sector objectives that we have, as opposed to more profit objectives of the private sector. But I assume I haven't spoken to Caroline for her presentation in the afternoon, but I see that she is on the program at the session at 1 o'clock. I would assume that she will go into this question a bit more in detail. So maybe I leave it for her to respond to you a bit more in detail in the afternoon then. Thank you.
Bien. Muchas gracias, Jan. Yo creo que ha quedado claro.
Thanks, John. I think that was a very clear answer about the status of the taxonomy. There was another question we have about the new source of funding for the Recovery and Resiliency Fund or facility. Is there a substantial increase in the indicators and objectives in the area of in the environment that, you talked about the 30% target. In terms of assessing how these objectives are complied with, do you have qualitative information about how these indicators are being met, or are higher targets going to be set in the regional development funds and other funds in terms of assessing in a stricter or more rigorous way that these indicators are actually being met? Jan, could you say a few words about that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Leon. Maybe just to respond first to the question on the resilience and recovery facility. So the 30% target that we showed in the slides is about revenue. So it's not so much about the expenditure in the national plans. It's about the way we finance all this money. So it's more, in a way, the Commission acting as a sovereign in the same way as the Irish government does with the Irish Green Bond. So we're putting in place also the system for the European Commission. And we're also in contact with ICMA in the same way as the Irish government has. And presumably we're going to apply similar requirements for the green bonds. And that is something that we will set out in the next couple of months. But that is really how we raise the revenue. And then the other question, I think that links to your question about the indicators, Mr. Leon, is about the kind of measures that the member states will finance in their national plans for the RRF. And there, the idea is that each of the plans will need to set out how each member state, so including Spain, Ireland, and all the other 27 member states, intend to reach the 37% target. So that's really a target that we set specifically for each of the programs to reach the overall target of 30% for the EU budget as a whole for the next programming period. And then we have also the contributions coming from the European Regional Development Fund, which remains at 30%. The Cohesion Fund is 37%. So for each of the funds, we have a specific target in the legislation. And then you will see that the 37% of the RRF is the same 37% as the cohesion fund, because we thought that there are certain similarities between the measures that member states might want to finance with these two funds, even though they're a bit different. So in the first instance, it's up to the member states to present their national plans to the Commission. And we have given guidelines in the summer on how these indicators should work. Also knowing that there's the requirement of the 37% target for climate. And then we will analyze the programs once we receive them. So we are starting to receive some of the plans now. So we've received some of the green components of the Spanish plan, for example. But I think the reality is that we are still waiting for quite a number of proposals. So I think we have about 5 or 6 member states from which we have received parts of the plans, but these are still, I would say, early draft versions of their plans. So it's not the final plan as the member state would submit early next year. So it's very much work in progress also there. And the Commission has given quite a lot of guidance, and we are organizing also meetings with member states that have submitted parts of their plans, to give feedback and to see what other plans, parts of the plans are still forthcoming, what is perhaps missing in terms of the information that is provided by the member states. Yeah, so let's leave it here for now. See if we have other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Ken. Actually, I have a couple of questions, although we're running very short on time. Specifically, I wanted to ask Ken, what way have you applied the carbon tax on the just transition? Have you, for example, seen in which particular areas that carbon tax is going to be devoted to the fair, just transition?
Chicken.
Yeah, okay, happy to answer that question. In terms of the just transition, it has arisen in Ireland ahead of other EU member states because we have a large peat sector in Ireland. I think it's just Ireland and Finland who have a peat sector. And essentially we have several thousand workers employed in harvesting peat, which is then used for electricity generation from the burning of that peat. However, we've decided to bring that to a close. We've decided to bring that to a close in this month, actually. We're closing down the last two peat-fired generation plants that we have. So instead, we had to look at then, okay, this is going to affect the employment of quite a few people in a reasonably geographically concentrated area. So we said, okay, this is the first area where just transition is likely to arise as a concept in Ireland. So we essentially put together then a package of measures to address just transition, and I'll say what they are very specifically. First of all, we appointed an independent person to act as what we called a just transition commissioner. And his job was to engage with the local communities in the geographical areas where these jobs were concentrated to look at what the communities in these areas want the government to do in response to these job losses. So that was, I suppose, the first step. In response to that, then we arranged a number of programs financed by the carbon tax. One was a Just Transition Fund, which is essentially a pool of funding that we make available to this area for what the community in this area thinks are priorities. So it's still a competitive fund, but it's only open to people in this region for projects essentially that can contribute to a lower carbon opportunity. So energy efficiency and projects like that. Improve skills and training and so on. We also then though launched a specific energy efficiency scheme targeted at the local authority housing stock in this region. So this is the houses in this region that are owned by the local government. And we said we're going to upgrade the energy efficiency of a very significant proportion of these homes. That had two purposes in mind. One was to generate alternative employment in the region, obviously. But the second, from a national perspective, was to determine the extent to which the much larger scale procurement by the government of energy efficiency upgrades, what that might do to the average cost of these energy efficiency improvements, and to draw the lessons from that then for kind of the national schemes that we're contemplating over the next decade. And the final scheme, which has a very, very significant funding allocation, which started with 5 million last year. Now the government has committed a further 108 million to it, is what we call peatlands rehabilitation. So as I mentioned, we have used a lot of peatlands in Ireland. We've harvested the peat in them and used it for electricity generation. So instead now we are paying people in the region to rehabilitate these peatlands, to re-wet and rewild these peatlands. Due to the characteristics of peatland, they can't ever be used for agriculture or even for forestry. Or even for renewable energy in most cases, because the land is unsuitable. So instead, they're being turned into, I suppose, biodiversity and wetlands habitats. And so this project is expected to run over the following 5 years. and is going to employ a rather significant proportion of the total jobs that are being lost in this alternative economic activity. And we have projected that it's going to sequester about an additional 3 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So as far as the government is concerned, it's win-win because it's providing employment in the exact same regions where the employment is being lost. We're going to achieve better environmental outcomes. We're re-wetting these lands, so we expect to see big improvements in things like biodiversity, and we expect that these lands will then go from a source of greenhouse gas emissions to an additional sink of greenhouse gas emissions that we can count towards our LULUCF contributions towards the 2030 target. So that's where we are at the moment. In terms of the longer term just transition, we still see an issue there that, okay, to get to 2030 targets, we're going to have to shift from, Ireland has maybe 700, 800,000 homes out of 1.7 million heated via oil, because we do not have a very significant gas grid in Ireland. So oil is the primary heating source for rural homes. So that means that there's an ecosystem there of oil suppliers, of oil boiler maintenance people, of oil boiler sellers. These people, for example, are going to take a massive hit in income over the next decade if we achieve our targets of electrifying this heat instead. So to kind of map out what we think the impacts of our 2030 targets are going to be on employment, we're actually, again, working with DG Reform to develop a study on that basis at the moment. And the idea then, again, is that this study will take this piece of evidence then, work with the Just Transition Commissioner to develop a kind of a wider Just Transition plan that goes beyond what I've said is the very immediate issue in the Midlands to these kind of wider impacts that we might identify in society. As I said, for me, I think it's going to be the decline in our oil industry and potentially in the transport sector as well. I believe it said that, you know, electric vehicles seem to require a lot less maintenance and things like that. So, but we're very much at an early stage in the rest of it. It's just that because of this peatlands issue, it's been a liver issue quicker for Ireland than maybe the rest of the EU. So hope that answers your question.
Many thanks, Ken. There's another question I have for you, and I think it's quite an interesting one. The Government of Ireland has set out its objective of protecting vulnerable people. I think there was 3 billion euros. I think that was the figure you cited. Could you tell us a few of the more specific measures in that respect? Thank you, Ken.
Yes, absolutely happy to do so. So what we have done is we've worked with, again, our national economic think tank, the Economic and Social Research Institute, and they produced a study for us before this year's budget to assess the distributional impact of the planned income increase in the carbon tax. So they were able to identify for us those groups in society who will be most affected by the increase in the carbon tax. And more importantly than that, they were able to look and see what measures does the government operate that are most effective at alleviating these negative distributional consequences. So they essentially did a very wide-ranging analysis, which came up with several different packages of measures which the government could invest in to reduce the distributional impacts of the carbon tax. And in particular, the impacts that they identified were they found that the carbon tax increases hit most strongly on single-parent households, on people who were disabled and living alone, and for people who are also in the kind of receipt of social welfare payments. So in response, the government essentially constructed a package of interventions based on this advice, which increased what we call the living alone allowance, which is a social welfare payment paid to people who are in receipt of social welfare payments but living alone, because they tend to be either people living with disabilities, or they tend to be the very elderly who are also quite impacted by carbon tax increase. We then increased a payment we have called the qualifying child payment, which is an additional payment paid to families in receipt of social welfare assistance as well per child, because again, you know, larger families with young children and families with larger children have a higher impact in terms of the carbon tax. So that alleviated that consequence of it. And finally, then we increased the payment we have called the fuel allowance. And the fuel allowance is a cash payment made to families who pass a means test, which is paid for the winter months in Ireland. So again, we have found that increasing these three payments using carbon tax revenues actually made the carbon tax increase progressive rather than regressive. And this is not even the government saying it, this is an independent economic think tank saying it, that what the government is doing with the carbon tax will actually reduce poverty in Ireland. So, the government are then able to stand over that in terms of, criticisms that might otherwise be there in the carbon tax and say, actually, by increasing the carbon tax, we're making Ireland a fairer and more equal society. So, and that is our intention going forward, to deal with this increase in the carbon tax, that we anticipate allocating these future funds in line with the assessed impacts that carbon tax is going to have on various groups in society, and then the government programs that are most effective at addressing those consequences.
Muchas gracias, Ken.
Thank you very much, Ken. With this, I'm afraid we have run out of time, but I think it's become very clear that budgets are a very valuable tool to fight against climate change, but go far beyond simply coming up with new methodologies and assessing indicators. As we just heard in this last answer from Ken, there are complementary and measures that accompany budget allocations that cover a wide range of other sectors of our society that go far beyond environmental factors. So I think it's not only a matter of coming up with a green budget, but that the green shade pervades other sectors of society and becomes a consolidated way of creating a budget that leads to a fairer and more equitable society. I would like to once again thank both speakers from the institutions they represent, and I would like to go back to what we started off saying about Andalusia, that we very modestly are at the outset of our initiatives in endeavoring to make a green budget a reality for our region, and it has been extremely useful and inspiring to hear both of you talk about your experiences, and we of course will take all that has been said on board and hopefully make our public administration more successful in the future. Thank you very much, and I hand it over to our moderator, Enrique. I would also like to join Enrique in thanking both Jan and Ken for your extremely interesting and useful presentations. I think they help us draw very positive conclusions about what we've done so far and have a clearer idea of what we want to do in the future. So with this, I would like to announce that we have another 15-minute break before the next panel begins on the green bonds and sustainable finance. And we're going to also take up that idea of the European taxonomy system. We're going to go a little bit more in depth on that subject in our next panel discussion. But we do have a 15-minute break now, and we will be back at 1:15 local time. Thank you, and see you in 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. We are back with our online webinar. We are finishing with our third panel, Funding Sustainable Projects and Green Bonds. We said at the beginning, we mentioned that this was our third topic, together with green taxation. This was our last point. In this panel, we have our General Director for Financial Policy and Treasury, Victoria Carretero, who's going to be our moderator, and our speaker is going to be Barbara Olivares from the Spanish Central Bank. Victoria will introduce her in a minute. That's it from me. I just hope that this is going to be a very interesting panel for all of you. Victoria, whenever you're ready, over to you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this webinar. It is great to see the very high level that we have here in terms of speakers. We are seeing very clear-cut representations about topics that are maybe a bit confusing. I want to introduce our speaker for the third panel, but first I'd like to touch upon the relevance of how this sustainable funding is as the regional government, as an issuer of green bonds. We'd like to see how we're going to introduce these new mechanisms, these new instruments in 2021. You have been referring to them in some of the speeches. In 2015, the UN passed a series of objectives with for the environment. And since then, there's been more and more interest within financial markets to align their work with these or their sustainable development. This is a great shift. There was a very big gap between the funding and the objective of it, or the targets. Since then, the financial markets have aligned their objectives, their funding to the green objectives. We have more and more demand of projects that have a green perspective, and there are more investors funding them. Therefore, we have better terms, better financing terms in those projects too. In terms of public issuers in general, and also regional insurers, the regional government of Andalusia is one of them. The issuance of green bonds has two main objectives. First, we can actually make these efforts that we're making with our policies visible in terms of the environment and the fight against climate change. Also, we can actually make it easier to obtain funding with better financial or with good financial conditions. This can explain why in 2020 in all autonomous regions we have social, green, or sustainable projects. We had this mix of green and social policies. Any issuer that wants to tag a funding process as green or social has now a series of requisites that they must follow. We've been seeing policies that follow these guidelines. With these issuances, we're committing to the targets of our fundings, objectives and targets that we have to, in a period of 1 year, we have to actually prove that we've achieved our objectives. If we don't have to give back that funding, but there are implications in terms of future funding and in how that whole funding system works. Within the regional government of Andalusia, we want to create a sustainable financial framework. In the following mandates, we're not only going to issue bonds, but we're also going to put forward funding that's tagged as green or sustainable, and also loans. Most autonomous regions up until now have been issuing or funding with instruments tagged as green, because we have already worked a lot with sustainable projects within the autonomous regions. In terms of the legal framework, there are no differences between a regular bond and a green bond. There are no difference on how that issuance is done and how it's codified. However, the way in which we deploy those bonds is different. Because we have a reporting phase with green bonds that's really important. In this phase, the different departments that come that have a role in this issuance have work in this regard, but also the autonomous region takes part in this process in order to boost the green side of all this work we're doing. Within sustainable finances, the legal framework is far behind from what's happening in the market. In the market, green bonds, social, sustainable bonds are the day-to-day of issuers. However, we still don't have a comprehensive system in place in terms of the legal framework. As Jan said before, the European Union is at the forefront of regulatory action. They started back in June. And from the European Commission, they've started to introduce green bonds and sustainable finances. I think this is going to determine how the market is going to keep advancing in the near future, mostly with green bonds, because thanks to green bonds, we've started to see that regulatory action ongoing. The financial market is very flexible, and we are seeing a lot of activity in terms of green bonds. And now I'd like to introduce the speaker that's going to actually talk about this legal framework, the role of policymakers, in this case, the Spanish Central Bank. Bárbara Olivares is the director of the Inspection Monitoring Department from the Spanish Central Bank. She has a vast experience in the inspection groups within the central bank. She is leader of different inspection groups, and she's also taken part in the audit processes within the European Union. She's also part of the network of the regulatory supervision from the Spanish Central Bank. And from the accounting group. She's going to tell us about how auditing, what role auditing has within the sustainable bonds, and what's going to be the Spanish Central Bank's role as a supervising entity. Good afternoon, Barbara. We didn't hear you, Barbara.
Microphone, please. We can't hear you.
1 second, Barbara. We're going to see if the tech support is able to.
Barbara, please unmute your mic.
She has to be the one to mute herself.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies for that technical mishap. Thank you so much, Victoria, for your kind introduction and for having me as a participant in this extremely important seminar on climate action and public budgets. During my presentation, I'd like to basically look at two key issues. First of all, the role of banking institutions in climate and environmental issues, because normally when we talk about climate change and environmental impact, we're thinking about polluting industries, but we don't think about the banking industry. But actually, the banking industry has a key role to play in two levels. That is managing the climate risks that it's exposed to, as well as looking at the investments, loans, and assets that are in the real economy and are impacted by climate and environmental issues, both in terms of their solvency, cash flow, and future profitability. So, in order to manage all of this, the banking sector has an absolutely fundamental role. Secondly, the banking institutions, financial institutions, can provide oversight and guidance in terms of allocating resources, economic resources, and funding for different climate related actions. So, in my presentation, I'd like to talk about supervisory bodies and how we can contribute as financial institutions to more effectively managing climate related and environmental related issues, and of course make the entire system more better positioned and more sustainable. So I'm going to really focus on some of the initiatives that are being carried out by the Spanish Central Bank and how we are involved in different international fora, as well as the recent publication of a number of supervisory initiatives that we are embarking upon in order to improving risk assessment in climate related issues. I'd like to start out by saying that climate issues have two components, and those are the physical risks and the transitional risks. The first of these are caused by extreme climate catastrophes, which could be floods, severe weather, hurricanes, etc. Whereas transitional risks are changes in public policy, the development of new technologies, as well as deviations in consumer trends that are all caused by the effects of climate change. So these are the two kinds of risks that arise from climate and environmental risks. Have a number of differentiating features which are important to bear in mind, and even though they look like they're very obvious, I think it's important to remind ourselves of how important they are. That is that climate and environmental risks are far-reaching. They are far-reaching both in terms of geographic location as well as their impact, because these have different impacts in different parts of the world and on different economies, and it goes beyond borders. These also have a very long-term reach. So the scope of these risks are very long term, giving rise to high levels of uncertainty, instability, etc. So they require short term action. They require absolute agility and flexibility in taking action and to mitigate and keep these risks at a minimum. So, how do these risks affect the financial sector? Well, if we look at the banking institutions, it affects the amount of loans that are provided, the market stability, cash flow. These all have effects on businesses, on individuals, as well as the entire financial world itself. And so it can cause operational or functional risks. But it's also important to realize that banks are affected by these risks through the way businesses operate, how people in their homes spend money. So it has to do with how you pay your mortgage, how you pay your energy bills, how businesses provide jobs to their employees, and how people pay their loans back, in what terms and conditions they do so. So these are just examples that show how these climate and environmental risks affect loans, which is one of the major operations that we provide. If we have a severe flood in an area and it destroys homes, well, those homes are actually collateral for the mortgage loans on those homes. And if those homes are destroyed in a flood, the value of that collateral goes down, and the risk of not being able to pay back that loan is considerable. Then we also have the transitional risks, which is the change in public policies on certain parts of our economy. Let's talk about motor vehicles. For example, if there is a tax on motor vehicles, this is going to cause huge losses for those car manufacturers who have not been able to adjust their vehicles to new technologies, cleaner technologies. So these are just two very simple examples that I wanted to share with you that I think illustrate how climate change and environmental risks have a real effect on both banking institutions as well as individuals and businesses. So putting all of this into context, I'd like to highlight how important it is for the financial institutions to be involved and play an active role in different initiatives in this regard. This role has really been very visible since 2015 in the Paris Agreement, as well as a number of other European wide actions, such as the recent Green Deal passed in 2019 or the very recent Next Generation EU project. Apart from allocating resources to greening the economy, we can also help our clients by providing guidance and consulting on how to discriminate what is actually a viable project in fighting against climate change and those that are not. We also have a key role in providing support to our decision makers in terms of devising fiscal measures that can help green our economies. Since the banking sector has a very important role in this regard, I think it's important for us to provide support and to supervise banks, the banking sector. And that's what I want to devote the next couple of minutes of my presentation to. And I just wanted to mention, by the way, that in the recent Economic Forum report, that this is considered one of the most important long-term issues. That is, the failure of climate change mitigation is really the most important risk to be assessed, and is second in terms of probability of occurring in the next 10 years. So I think it's important to understand how the Spanish Central Bank has become involved in not only becoming an active part of policy making, advice, and awareness raising, and making the banking sector more prepared to affront this issue. For example, we have seminars, roundtables, reports, all kinds of information that is being made available to the banking sector, which allows them to take part in the transition. So we really are making inroads, but I think there's also still quite a lot to be done. As this is a global risk, I think it's important for us to move forward in a coordinated manner. So we have to include our criteria and align our criteria with other institutions, both European-wide as well as around the globe. So the Spanish the Spanish Central Bank has the responsibility to take an active role in taking part in international scenarios, creating methodologies and assessments, so that in the Euro system, it is capable of taking steps forward that makes the transition smoother, as well as adjusting the minting and destruction of paper bills so that they have a lower environmental impact. These are just examples I wanted to share with you. And more recently, in November of this year, we had a report that was published. And as a supervisory body, the Spanish Central Bank can really provide a lot of input to helping governments reach their environmental objectives by coming up with new methodologies and risk assessment with regards to the transitional risks I mentioned at the outset of my presentation. So a lot of effort is being put into identifying needs for information and data and creating scenarios for action. And I think this is very useful because historically speaking, these are risks that evolve very rapidly. And so it's very advisable to have prospective or forward-looking scenarios so that we're ready to affront the changes that occur. And one of the challenges that we are faced with in carrying out these supervisory roles and risk assessment is having that information available. Without information, without sufficient data, we are unable to act in coordination with our banking institutions and provide guidance and advice to them. So it's absolutely crucial to have that reliable data. That's our raw material, just as a company needs raw material to manufacture their products. We need that data for us to come up with scenarios that we're able to act upon in the future. So just as Victoria said in her introduction, I think it's very important for us to advance in that taxonomy and being able to classify how different policies have an impact on our environment. And as an institution, we have recently created an internal functioning system in which we are able to diagnose and devise different measures that can diminish the impact of environmental policies. And we're going to have an internal audit as well as a consulting department for that purpose. And I also want to spend a few moments talking about the role of the Spanish Central Bank with international groups. And I'd also like to say a few words about some of the expectations that we have in climate risk assessment. Starting off with how we interact with international institutions, I want to say that we work both on the European level, within the European Union, as well as on a global scale. In the first of these, on the latter of these, the global scale, we have a network for greening the financial system, which is the NGFS, which was created in 2017 and whose aim is to define and promote good best practice in risk management. And it was founded by 8 European bank and supervisory bodies, and it is now expanded to over 80 participants. So it is grown tenfold since 2017. In this group, we have the honor of being a member since 2018, and we have the Spanish Central Bank in a leading role in that group in order to provide support in the transitions to a more sustainable economy and those best practices in risk management so that we are able to support all of the analysis and work that is being done in coming up with green budgets and green finances in that transition. Now, moving on to the European-wide cooperation, the recently created network called the Sustainable Finance Network, made up of supervisory bodies and agencies from the European Union, whose aim is to include sustainable goals, environmentally sustainable goals, in the regulatory framework. And this has a lot to do with disseminating information and seeing how that information is made available to all of the supervisory bodies and agencies around the EU, helping them to evaluate and follow up on environmental sustainable goals and risk assessment. And are also advancing in the climate risk contact group. And we have to be very cautious when we are looking at capital requirements for green bonds, for green assets. And of course, these are different from in traditional bonds because of the risk assessment that they carry with them. So the higher the risk, the higher the requirements for this capital. So we really need to work together and in a very coordinated manner in assessing the risks of green bonds, and also as a preliminary step to that, identify all of the implicit risks. And again, we are also going to look at some of the different climate risk aspects in that contact group, which is there to identify practices in the banking sector which can lead to a more active dialogue amongst all of the stakeholders.
Going forward and discussing about the network for greening the financial system, I would like to highlight two publications that have been published by this network. I think they are particularly relevant for supervisory bodies. April 2019, it published its first report that is called A Call to Action: Climate Change as a Source for Financial Risks. As we have seen, climate risks can have an effect in traditional banking risks. This call to action recommends supervisory bodies to integrate climatic risks into their microprudential supervisory processes. And how can we do that? In May 2020, the network published a more thorough account and translated that general recommendation into more specific recommendations. Here on the slide, you can see the 5 recommendations in question, determining what are the channels through which these climatic risks are transmitted and how they are transformed into banking risks. Second recommendation, develop a clear strategy and adequate internal organization with an adequate allocation of resources to supervise these risks. The higher levels of the supervisory bodies have the task of allocating good resources, economic and human resources, and mainstreaming this view throughout the body or the organization in question. Margarita Blanco, the vice governor, is participating very actively within the Bank of Spain on this matter. Thirdly, the network recommends for the supervisory bodies to identify what are the vulnerabilities and assess potential losses when facing these climate and environmental risks. In order to achieve this, there is no clear methodology, there is none stipulated, but it is recommended to bear in mind scenarios analysis and stress resistance scenarios. Fourth recommendation, setting up supervisory expectations, that is, expectations or items on how these supervisory bodies should be working. This is a very new topic, so banks and central banks, they need to have some guidelines to attend to. Fifth recommendation, guaranteeing a good risk management of these climate and environmental risks. For example, we should request for banks to publish how they're dealing with climate risks, for example. Also, banks could be asked to implement qualitative research methodology to assess these risks. Secondly, after talking about the participation of the Central Bank of Spain within this international fora, I would like to go on and talk about the supervisory expectations that were published by the Bank of Spain November this year. These expectations are very closely linked. If we could maybe go back to the previous slide. Great, thank you. So these expectations go hand in hand with the expectations published by the European Central Bank in November this year. The Bank of Spain applies to these to less significantly relevant institutions, but are those who the Bank of Spain supervises. These are general principles and non-binding principles. They have the aim of achieving a good management of these prudential risks. These are general guidelines, and as I said, they are non-binding, but while we understand better these risks, we hope that these recommendations become prescriptive, become binding, and then they affect technical aspects of these institutions we are supervising. What are the areas this applies to? 4 key areas. Governance, business model and strategy, risk management, and outreach. The governance sector, there is some text missing from this slide. I am really sorry. I don't know if the technical team might be able to solve this, but in any event, any attendees will be sent these presentations. If you could please continue, we will bear in mind that there is some text missing from the slides. Sure, I will go on into that despite the lack of text on the nice graph that I had on the screen. As I said, there are 4 key areas: governance, risk management, business model and strategy, and outreach. I'm going to start by dwelling on governance. Governance is an essential element. Public administration must be actively involved into managing these climate risks. We need to be leaders in it. We need to show commitment and responsibility. That is why it is very important to have good internal data and good training for the personnel. There needs to be a sort of climate mainstreaming into all the elements, into all the areas of work of the institution. Regarding business model and strategy, given the impact that these risks have on the areas of work of banks, these new business models and strategies need to be integrated into the banking strategy. They need to be aligned with the general strategy of the bank. Regarding risk management, we mean identifying, following up, and assessing risks. We have been developing prescriptive methodologies, but as we all know, stress and resistance methodologies are still in a very early stage. So we need to continue working on this area. There needs to be a common participation from all members within an organization. And all business function of the bank should be focused on this, so that there is a complete mainstreaming and integration of the green perspective within the bank. The 4th area would be outreach. Outreach and dissemination with the markets. We need to share our advances and what we are achieving towards this common goal. This is very relevant to achieve a good market discipline. Banks must publicly share their commitments because that's the only way to guarantee accountability. These are for very general aspects, and they go hand in hand with very important challenges that we need to face in order to achieve a gradual implementation of our expectatives. For example, we have new risk factors, new between inverted commas because they have been here for a while, but they do have a long term effect. There's also uncertainty regarding their application, methodological challenges. There is a challenge regarding data quality and data availability, because sometimes historical data does not shed enough light on this matter. And there is also the challenge of taxonomy. We have been advancing really fast in this sense, but this is a methodology that needs to be developed to identify what is a green asset, what is not a green asset, and to see if they react differently to the markets. Because of this broad range of challenges, our expectations need to be implemented gradually. We cannot expect for all of these items to be met from one day to the next. We cannot be perfect from the start, but we need to be slowly but surely working and walking towards this goal. It is very important to share advancements. So the interpreter apologizes. The sound is missing. The speaker is back. Lastly, I wanted to show my conclusions to sum up with what I've been mentioning throughout my presentation. Even if we don't think of the banking sector as one of the key elements of climate action, actually, one of my main conclusions is that the banking sector, it has and it must play an important role within climate action. The banking sector is the one that is able to properly manage climate risks and promote a market that is more suitable to facing these risks. The banking sector is also a channel for financial resources towards green projects. The banking sector has a prominent role in managing these environmental risks and in climate action. That is why supervisory bodies have also a very important role to play. We can allow the banking sector to adapt themselves with good methodology guidelines to this new reality. We will also be able to help them get good data to base our actions on. Climate action requires both commitment and action from all relevant stakeholders, first of all and foremost. And we need to work together so that we go in the same direction, so that we share same goals. We need to share our knowledge and make the most of alliances and synergies. The current situation is opening the door to work together toward this transition towards a sustainable economy. We also have to be realistic. We need to bear in mind the challenges and the limitations that we face, but we need to be ambitious nonetheless. We need to be able to overcome challenges and the risks that we face. This was the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Barbara. It has been a very interesting presentation. You have actually showed us different perspectives that are essential in terms of the growth in green financing within the financial markets. I would like to highlight the reference you did to the possible impact that the fact that the financial institutions um, turn to these financial instruments may have. You have touched upon topics that may be at the start of their progress, but that could be really helpful in terms of financing in the future. I'd like to know any if there's any method within the central bank of identifying a loan that has been provided by a banking entity, if there's a way of knowing if those loans are green and if there are any statistics on this matter.
Just one of the challenges that I mentioned before in order to promote and encourage green financing projects is information and data. As you all know, banks have to send a report on the risks they're facing to the Spanish central bank, and the information that they share with in these reports is really thorough. The problem is that the greenness or lack thereof of these risks is not included in our current reports. What we have been studying is trying to identify what sort of information could be useful for banks to share and to send to the Spanish central bank. For example, whether what whether there are green mortgages, for example, what are the features of these green mortgages and how they react to the market. There is a pilot project within the Spanish Central Bank with the main stakeholders in the sector to try and identify what information would be needed to generate these green reports. But we need to identify what information we need so that banks can start gathering that data. Otherwise, they won't be gathering that information if we don't ask them to. We need to identify what pieces of data we need from an environmental perspective. And we will then be able to include that items in our criteria when opting for a subsidy or something like that. For example, we could be able to analyze whether there's a difference in remortgages and regular mortgages. If somebody asks for a mortgage or for a loan to buy a house that is environmentally friendly, we could see whether that loan acts and evolves differently than regular loans. There has been some studies in other countries, but data has not been conclusive. So we need to have better data, more accessible data, and data of more quality. The data is also costly, so we need to identify what would be the bare minimum that we need for the future. The idea would be, our end game would be including it in our prudential framework to assess climate risks in these institutions.
Yes, I think that would mean a great shift in terms of the behavior of the markets. The role of the supervisory bodies is vital in this respect, and also the role of policymakers as a previous steps step to this, because we do have to follow this taxonomy that the European Union just introduced. Therefore, it's important to legalize and actually create policies for all these different regulations. We also have to write in legislation what green means. And this is going to be beneficial for investors and for all other actors within this system. I believe this to be the future for financial markets. I really don't know if from the Spanish Central Bank, do you have any perspectives on the impact of these advancements in those that cannot actually apply for green investments, but rather just regular investments? We're in an autonomous region in which we're going to be able to tag most of our budget. However, we cannot forget that there are many sectors that cannot be tagged. Don't you think so? Isn't this going to be a very big challenge?
I totally agree. I think that banks are showing commitment that goes beyond merely reputational issues. It seems to be a very fashionable topic, let's say. It is very en vogue, and banks are joining from their social corporate responsibility perspective. They're starting to join this wave. But banks are also starting to integrate climate risks from a very honest view in panels and roundtables that we organize with banks. We're seeing this commitment from their side. Spanish banks have started to creating task groups to work together and to make the most of synergies, etc. There is a market discipline. Clients request that their banks are socially responsible, and this also have a positive impact on the reputation. And we cannot forget that banks are also vulnerable to these risks, so they need to foresee them and to set down the dispositions needed to face them and to avoid any harmful effects on their viability. We have started seeing more awareness on the side of the banks and in general of the society as a whole. This is a very clear-cut trend, and there's no way behind. We can go faster or not, but there is no going back. And regulatory bodies, we need to lend a hand and help coordinating these efforts. Our final goal is a common one.
Well, thank you very much. I think that was as clear as it gets within this financial markets. We thought that it was very exotic. This green feature was very exotic, but it's going to be a future. Ignacio, we give you the floor back. Thank you. Thank you very much, Barbara, for your very clear presentation. And thank you, Victoria, for your experience and knowledge in the topic. We're going to now finish with the closing video. We have this video from the Regional Minister of Agriculture, Carmen Crespo. She is the person responsible for climate change within the regional government, of course, apart from the commissioner. And now we're going to watch the video.
Any self-respecting society has to keep close watch over its natural environment and ensure its protection at all levels. We are well aware that Andalusia is particularly exposed to the effects of climate change and that urgent measures must be put in place to protect our region. The Andalusian government, with the leadership of its regional premier, has a clear vision of what is needed. A green revolution is the strategy to follow in a region so directly affected as our own. By allocating resources needed to implement this type of revolution, we have allocated 1.5 billion euros in our 2021 budget for the creation of over 100,000 green jobs. By means of implementing regulations, we have already begun to debate the bill for the circular economy so that waste products and byproducts from the agri-food sector become an opportunity and not a problem in the post-COVID era. This is a tool for creating green jobs to provide opportunities, and in this case, jobs in our society. We have a host of other projects on the table, such as new opportunities that affect biodiversity, our nature parks, these places where we can enjoy ourselves and enjoy nature, but keeping it in the best conditions possible. With 25.5 million euros allocated to nature parks and protected areas, national parks, and their surroundings, we mustn't wait until it's too late. Let's act while nature is still alive, where we can still devise and combine remedial strategies in forestry and nature conservation. In addition to our new 10-year Andalusian forestry plan, we will encourage the adoption of new farming techniques, new ways to benefit from Andalusia's forests. We want to offer our citizens new possibilities in rural areas by making sure that rural areas are protected from the devastation of forest fires. And this is precisely what the F.P.A plan is, with 2.3 million euros to increase our budget allocations aimed at modernizing and restructuring the forest fire plan called F.P.A. We also have to be very cautious about the danger of forest fires and how important reforestation is. We've earmarked 63 million euros for a number of different actions that will be carried out in collaboration with the private sector, with the forestry and landscape industry. We want to play a key role so that it doesn't become a sole initiative of the public administration, but rather a public-private collaboration. We're working in other areas such as water, so vital for a region such as ours that suffers from a scarcity of water. Waste treatment and regeneration has a solid budget of 940 million euros for key water projects and increasing supply and connections, improving the conditions of dams, reservoirs, and river basins, and heightening safety by restoring waterway channels and devoting over 25 million euros in 2021 to continue in the restoration of our natural environment. All of these are going to create jobs and revive business in the area, reinforcing our efforts to improve the quality of air that we breathe, a strategy that includes air quality actions for Andalusian cities and helping town councils establish plans to mitigate climate change. These are the aims of our budget pursuits. From the standpoint of climate change, we want to make sure that we are very clear on regulations that are sorely needed today, that ensure that they encompass the environmental issues while allowing for sustainable development to take place. I feel that restoring our natural environment is a way to both preserve nature, create jobs, and advance in the fight against climate change. The budget for 2021 clearly acknowledges this fact. Another key issue is the discussion about green seals of quality that our Regional Ministry of Agriculture is promoting, so that these green seals can be certified in their policy making, which is a promising step for the future. And we are certainly ready for the greenest common agricultural policy possible, allowing for organically grown agricultural products to become ever more present on our tables. And we are already at 20%, but we want to get to 30%. But let's not forget about fishing, the Comadis project, which allows for clean resources, removing sea rubbish and recycling at fishing harbors. It has to be applied as an integral approach to this green revolution. And the basis must arise from our regional ministries, whose responsibility it is to create the opportunities, structural means, and strategies, and endow them with the resources they need to take shape. So it's paramount to have resources and to have alliances with the private sector so that our endeavor involves everyone, the private sector and the public administration, whether they be regional, local, or community consortiums. We all must become pioneers in our own right to create these green revolution policies and reach our objective of implementing them through the allocations of our 2021 budget. Thank you to our Regional Minister of Agriculture for these final remarks in closing today's seminar. And with this, we bring this online seminar to a close on public budgets as a tool for climate action. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of those who have participated in today's event, the speakers, the moderators, the attendees, and all of the technical staff behind today's seminar. We hope it has been of use. I would also like to hope that all of the attendees and participants have found the information to be of interest to them. The regional ministers, the members of the European Commission, the different government officials that took part have all very clearly shown how a low carbon economy is our objective, and this is not only a European objective but rather a global issue that we must all take on board. And of course, it's going to be difficult, and we must not underestimate the difficulties that are involved in all of the environmental policies that have to be put in place in order for these objectives to be reached. But at the same time, there have been clear examples today of taxes that can be used in terms of revenue collection, as well as the example of the government of Ireland in terms of how those revenues can be used to a very beneficial end and purpose in benefiting society as a whole, and especially those that are most vulnerable. And I think we've also been able to see from the financial standpoint how regulatory agencies and institutional banking, the banking and financial institutions can help guide us and advise us in the best ways and means possible for devising policies that will have the highest impact on mitigating the effects of climate change and environmental issues, and helping us reach a carbon neutral society. And of course, the financial sector has to be just another cog in the wheel for moving forward in this respect. And of course, I think it's been clearly shown that we can benefit greatly from the banking and financial institutions in this regard. So on my own behalf, many thanks to each and every one of you for taking part in this event that was sponsored and organized by the IEPA Foundation, both technically as well as in its organizational aspects. I want to congratulate the foundation and thank them for today's event. I hope you have a very happy holiday season, and I hope that 2021 brings very good things to you and is a better year than the one that is just about to end. Thank you.